Chapter 2903. When everyone heard Dorando's words, they understood that they were at the mercy of the enemy. They could do whatever they wanted. They could only minimize their losses. Who is this person? As long as we hand him over, Planet Shinwu will not be slaughtered? The Flying Fish sect master's gaze landed on the 3D image of Ning Qi. His brows furrowed deeply because he felt that Ning Qi's appearance was very unfamiliar. I know who he is. Lu Wenhao coldly snorted, and his gaze landed on Yun Xiao. Xiao, this person has committed atrocities and brought disaster to our planet. Is he still in Cloud Rising City? Hand him over. So this person knows Yun Xiao? All the sect leaders present turned to look at Yun Xiao, their faces filled with anger. They had never thought that this disaster would be caused by Yun Xiao. What are you guys discussing? My time is precious. Don't waste it. Otherwise, I will wash Yunchi City with blood first, Durando said calmly. Your Excellency, these two are his companions. Lu Wenhao pointed at Ing Jinchuan and Venerable Jiao when he saw that Yun Xiao was not speaking. Them. No wonder they look so unfamiliar. All the sect masters looked at the two in shock. I remember her. Durando sneered and looked at Ing Jinchuan. What's wrong? Why didn't you do anything today? Is it because you can't destroy my B-grade battle fort? Ing Jinchuan smiled. Venerable Jiao looked at her. Miss Ing, do you think it's better to keep them alive or kill them all? These battle forts are not bad. They are good for traveling and don't consume their own spirit chi. They can save us a lot of effort in a place with such poor spirit chi. Ing Jinchuan smiled. Ha ha ha. Durando laughed after hearing their conversation. Do you think that you can ignore my B-grade battle fort just because you are in the divine martial realm? Everyone come out. Let them see how powerful the Quinton Great World is. As soon as Durando finished speaking, the hatch of the B-grade battle fort opened and B-grade steel generals walked out one after another. Every time one of them appeared, the pressure on everyone's hearts would increase. More than 10 B-class steel generals lined up in a row, staring coldly at everyone. But at this moment, the Flying Fish sect master and the others were shocked by Durando's words. They had long been prepared for a B-class steel general. However, they were not mentally prepared for the two god martial realm experts. They looked at Ing Jinchuan and Venerable Jiao in shock. Are they god martial arts realm warriors? When did Yun Xiao win over two god martial realm experts? No wonder they have a grade B battle fort. They didn't come for Planet Shinwu. They came for them. Everyone's faces turned ugly. Under normal circumstances, they would have been very happy to meet a divine martial realm expert. However, the current tense situation was caused by a divine martial realm expert. Hence, they looked at Ing Jinchuan and Venerable Jiao with resentment. Xiao, hand over that guy. Otherwise, this group of heavenly demons will not let this matter go. Not to mention that this grade B battle fort can easily kill two god martial realm experts. Just these B-class steel generals alone are not something they can deal with. In order to minimize their losses, we can only hand over these 3 people. Lu Wenhao looked at Yun Xiao and tried to persuade her. However, he could not suppress the morbid joy in his heart. Lu Wenhao, do you think that they will let this matter go if you hand over a few people? Yun Xiao said with an ugly expression. Stubborn. Lu Wenhao looked at Yun Xiao in disappointment, then cupped his hands at Durando and said, The Tyrant Martial Sect will not interfere in this matter. I hope that you can let the Tyrant Martial Sect go. The Flying Fish sect master and the others quickly expressed their stance. Venerable Jiao and Ing Jinchuan looked at each other and smiled mockingly. The only ones who did not express their stance were the middle-aged woman and the bearded man. What a joke! What qualifications do you have to bargain with me? Durando laughed heartily, his eyes full of mockery. Lu Wenhao and the others were slightly stunned, their faces turning extremely pale. It seems that you are not willing to hand over the people. Fine. Let me turn this place into a sea of blood. Let's see where that guy can hide. Durando sneered and waved his hand. Go. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 10 or so B-class steel generals transformed into 2,000 feet tall behemoths. When the citizens of Cloud Rising City saw this, their hearts were filled with shock. Any one of these terrifying B-class steel generals could easily destroy Cloud Rising City. Now that they had 10 of them working together, they still had the strength to deal with them. Was there any way to survive? Demons, go to hell! The black man roared. Then, more than 10 B-class steel generals rushed toward Yun Shao Shao and the others. Venerable Jiao, Ing Jinshuan said calmly. All right. The corners of Venerable Jiao's mouth rose. With a slight thought, the people controlling the 10-odd B-class steel generals exploded one by one. As soon as the operator died, these steel beasts immediately became extremely quiet. Their eyes dimmed, and they fell down midway through their flight. When Durando saw this, his eyes flashed with disbelief. When the citizens below saw this, they frantically dodged. However, some of them could not dodge in time. Just as they were about to be crushed to death by the 200 meters tall behemoths, they flew up again. They flew behind Venerable Jiao and arranged themselves neatly in the air. What's going on? Yun Shao Shao and the others were not the only ones who were shocked. Even the captains in the war fortresses were dumbfounded when they saw this. What's going on with these steel generals? Lu Wenhao sucked in a breath of cold air. Then he looked at Venerable Jiao in shock. The eyes of the steel generals had already dimmed, which meant that most of the people controlling them were already dead. The only person who could do this was Venerable Jiao. However, how could a divine martial realm expert have such a method? Kill those two for me. Durando seemed to have thought of something terrifying. He immediately let out a loud roar. After receiving the order, the cannons of all the C-class war fortresses, including the B-class war fortress, condensed a blue light on their barrels. When Lu Wenhao and the others saw this, they felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. If the cannons were to fire at the same time, everyone in Cloud Rising City would die. Pada! Venerable Jiao stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Immediately afterward, the battle fortresses became silent and the cannons dimmed. Durando's projection disappeared in an instant, and he stood in the cockpit with a shocked expression. When he saw that the rest of the crew in the cockpit had all turned into headless corpses, his brain seemed to have exploded out of thin air, and Durando's eyes widened. The shock on Durando's face gradually turned into fear. Chapter 2904. For the residents of Cloud Rising City, the short period of 2 hours felt like a lifetime. The ups and downs of life were nothing more than this. When they thought they were going to be killed by the extraterrestrial demon, they found that the extraterrestrial demon, which they thought was extremely powerful, was defeated like a fragile puppet. The C-grade battle fortresses slowly landed on the ground under the control of Taoist Jiao's will. The largest B-grade battle fortress was the most conspicuous. Its door slowly opened, and Durando walked out with an expression as if he had eaten *T. He had been captured once again in such a huge fleet. Apart from him, everyone else was dead. Even if Durando was wearing a grade B steel armor, he did not have the power to resist. Instead, he was afraid that he would die inexplicably in the hands of the other party because of his resistance. I am the captain of a B-grade battle fortress. I demand that you treat me according to the rules of the war. You are not allowed to torture me or kill me. Durando shouted loudly. Yun Shao Shao and the others ignored Durando's shouts. They slowly turned their gazes to Taoist Jiao, their eyes filled with disbelief. Such a powerful fleet had been captured. Just like that? They did not even know how Taoist Jiao had done it. Lu Wenhao's expression became extremely unsightly. His current mood was probably the same as Durando's. He originally thought that Daoist Jiao was only a god martial arts realm expert, so he would definitely be defeated by Durando. He did not expect that Daoist Jiao would only need a few breaths' time to paralyze the entire fleet, crippling the enemy's entire fleet, forcing the captain to voluntarily surrender. "Senior, are you a holy martial arts realm expert?" The Flying Fish Sect Master asked as he looked at Daoist Jiao. "Holy martial arts realm?" Lu Wenhao's heart skipped a beat. His eyes gradually filled with fear. This was a terrifying existence that could fight against an A-grade battle fortress. There was no comparison between a god martial arts realm expert and a holy martial arts realm expert. Even on the divine martial planet, there had never been a senior who had broken through to the holy martial arts realm. As for them, they had only heard of how powerful holy martial arts realm experts were, but they had never seen them with their own eyes. Now, Daoist Jiao had silently defeated such a powerful fleet. A god martial arts realm expert definitely could not do it. There was only one possibility. His opponent was a Saint Martial realm expert. Grandmaster Yin. This captive has an extraordinary background. He should be worth some money. Daoist Jiao ignored the Flying Fish Sect Master and the others and looked at Yun Xiaoxiao with a smile. Only then did Yun Xiaoxiao react. In the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of Durando, grabbed him, and brought him back to Cloud Rising City. Seeing that he was so close to Daoist Jiao, Durando's body couldn't help but tremble. He was afraid that Daoist Jiao wouldn't follow the rules and kill him. He immediately said, "My father is an executive of the Ghost Dragon Company. I'm very valuable. As long as you don't kill me, you can exchange me for countless captives." Ghost Dragon Company's higher management? Everyone's expression changed. They didn't expect Durando's background to be so terrifying. Yun Xiaoxiao finally knew why Durando could become the captain of a B-grade battle fortress and come back to planet Shinwu to take revenge. Xiaoxiao and this senior, if he really is the son of the Ghost Dragon Company's executive, let him go. Otherwise, our planet Shinwu will be in big trouble. Fear appeared in Lu Wenhao's eyes. Even the middle-aged woman and the bearded man seemed to be shaken as they looked at Yun Xiaoxiao. Durando's identity was too terrifying. Both sides had fought for so many years, so everyone present had heard of the Ghost Dragon Company. Whether it was the Battle Fortress or the Steel General, they all came from the Ghost Dragon Company. They also knew that the Ghost Dragon Company had an extremely terrifying S-grade battle fortress. To them, the Ghost Dragon Company was equivalent to a top sect in the Quinton Great Realm. If they offended such an existence, planet Shinwu would face the danger of being exterminated. That's right. As long as you let me go today, I, Durando, swear on my family's honor that I will never come back to planet Shinwu. Durando nodded hurriedly. Yun Xiaoxiao was also shaken. At that moment, Daoist Jiao sneered and smashed Durando's head. Even in death, Durando couldn't believe that he would die in a desolate place like planet Shinwu. Everyone stared blankly at Durando's corpse, their eyes filled with shock. Even Daoist Jiao, who was suspected to be a holy martial realm expert, revealed a look of fear when they saw Durando killed by Daoist Jiao. "Noisy!" Daoist Jiao sneered, turned around, and returned to the Cloud Rising sect. "It's over!" The Flying Fish Sect Master looked dejected. What happened today must not be spread. Otherwise, everyone here will have to face the Ghost Dragon Company's crazy revenge. Yun Xiaoxiao suddenly released a ball of flame from her hand and burned Durando's corpse to ashes. Then, she said to everyone with a grave expression, "The foreign demon definitely knows that he came to planet Shinwu. Now that he has died here, the Ghost Dragon Company's revenge is only a matter of time." Lu Wenhao said with an ugly expression. After pausing for a moment, he continued, "From today onwards, I will leave planet Shinwu with the tyrant martial sect. If everyone is interested, you can travel together. Oh, the Flying Fish sect will go with you. The Flying Fish sect master hesitated for a moment before speaking. Then, the other sect masters nodded one after another and decided to leave with Lu Wenhao. Only Yun Xiao, the middle-aged woman, and the bearded man remained silent. Xiao, come with us. Even if that senior is a holy martial realm expert, the Ghost Dragon Company has an S-rank battle fortress. Lu Wenhao looked at Yun Xiao and tried to persuade her. I won't go. That person's identity might not be real. Even if it is, the Ghost Dragon Company's S-rank battle fortresses rarely appear on the battlefield. With his father's status, he might not be able to use such a powerful weapon. Planet Shinwu still has the ability to fight. Yun Xiao slowly shook her head. Forget it. Lu Wenhao looked at Yun Xiao with disappointment, then turned around and left. The Flying Fish sect master and the others hesitated for a moment and secretly glanced at Ing Jinchuan. In their opinion, Ing Jinchuan was also a holy martial realm expert. Under normal circumstances, they would not leave even if she chased them away. However, the situation on planet Shinwu was extremely dangerous. In the end, they still chose to leave with Lu Wenhao. Leave. No matter what, their lives were more important. You're not afraid? Ing Jinchuan looked at Yun Xiao and smiled. Chapter 2905. A strange look flashed across Ing Jinchuan's eyes. In the immortal world, no immortals would care about the lives of mortals. Although ordinary immortals wouldn't kill mortals for no reason, they wouldn't stay behind to fight with mortals if they encountered a powerful enemy. Yun Xiao had chosen to stay with these mortals on planet Shinwu, even if she had to face the revenge of the Ghost Dragon Company. Senior, are you a holy martial realm expert? The middle-aged woman and the bearded man suddenly cupped their fists towards Ing Jinchuan and asked with anticipation in their eyes. Sort of, Ing Jinchuan nodded. After all, she was an Earth immortal. Forget an A-rank battle fort. Even an S-rank battle fort wouldn't be enough. However, Ing Jinchuan didn't know much about the Quinton Great World. It was likely that even Yun Xiao and the others didn't know how strong the Quinton Great World was. She was not sure if she could crush them, but she was sure that with Ning Qi and Perfected Dragon here, even 10 Quinton Great Worlds would not be enough. 2 holy martial realm experts. The two looked at each other as if they had seen hope. Suddenly, the middle-aged woman asked, Is the person the heavenly demon is looking for also a holy martial realm expert? Big Brother is stronger than us. Ing Jinchuan smiled. Much, much stronger. Hiss! The two of them sucked in a breath of cold air, and even Yun Xiao was unable to remain calm. Much stronger than the holy martial realm? What kind of realm was that? Wouldn't they be able to block the Ghost Dragon Company's S-rank battle fort? Leave a few of each of these battle fortresses for me. Grandmaster Yin, you can have the rest. Since the heavenly demon can control them with a mortal body, I believe Grandmaster Yin has a way to make full use of them. Ing Jinchuan smiled and returned to the cloud-rising sect. Yun Xiao's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, followed by a surge of ecstasy. She did not expect Ing Jinchuan to give her such a valuable item so casually. In Ing Jinchuan's eyes, these things could not even compare to a low-grade immortal artifact. Sect Leader Yin, if we can survive this, planet Shinwu will rise again. The middle-aged woman and the bearded man looked at Yun Xiao excitedly. Another year or so passed. According to the information obtained by Yun Xiao and the others, the martial tyrant sects Lu Wenhao and the others immediately left Shinwu planet after Durando died. After losing the protection of these sects, the mortals under their rule would be harassed by some extraterrestrial demons from time to time, even if those demons were piloted by these extraterrestrial demons. It was only a D-ranked battle fort, which was 1 rank lower than a C-ranked battle fort. But how could low-rank warriors fight against them? During that time, there were heavy casualties everywhere. Gradually, they realized that Lu Wenhao and the others had abandoned planet Shinwu, abandoned them and fled on their own. As a result, countless mortals flocked to the cities where the sects were. In just a year, Cloud Rising City's population had grown by 1,000,000. It had increased several times. In the boundless void, a humongous battleship the size of a small mountain was constantly leaping toward planet Shinwu. This battleship had 108 cannons, and it was a new product of the Ghost Dragon Company in recent years, a beyond Grade A battle fortress. Although it could not compare to an S-grade battle fortress, its combat power was far beyond that of a normal Grade A battle fortress. A Grade A battle fortress. At this moment, inside this battleship, Lu Wenhao, the Flying Fish Sect Master, and 8 other Sky Martial Realm cultivators were all wearing steel armor, respectfully standing in front of a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's armor was very different from theirs. It had not yet been activated, but it was already emitting a terrifying aura. Lu Wenhao, how far are we from Shinwu Planet? The middle-aged man suddenly asked. Master, we're almost there. Lu Wenhao hurriedly said. The Flying Fish Sect Master and the others had respectful expressions, but deep in their eyes there was a flash of regret. Not long after they had escaped from planet Shinwu, they had walked right into a trap. They had been captured by the extraterrestrial demon and had been tortured. Countless bombs had been planted in their bodies, and as long as they made any strange movements, as long as they moved, they would be blown to death. Just when they were in despair, the person in front of them, who claimed to be Durando's big brother, appeared and asked if they wanted to become his exclusive slaves. Everyone could only helplessly agree. It was better to become a slave than to be a test subject. Now, they were on the way to Shinwu Planet. They were once the protectors of Shinwu Planet, but now they had become the servants of the extraterrestrial demons. They led the extraterrestrial demons to attack Shinwu Planet. Everyone regretted their actions. If they had known this would happen, they would have chosen another route to escape, run. The only thing that made them feel lucky was that they managed to survive, while Yun Xiaoxiao and the others who were unwilling to leave Shinwu Planet would die soon, because they had seen with their own eyes that not long ago, this middle-aged man personally killed a Saint Martial Realm cultivator. Full speed ahead. Although that younger brother of mine is a good-for-nothing, he's still my blood brother. A member of our coiled serpent clan can't die in such a desolate place. If we can't find his corpse, then let that place become a graveyard. The middle-aged man indifferently said, Top cultivation training ground. Ning Qi, who had been sitting there for thousands of years, was covered in a thin layer of dust. Suddenly, the dust seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and slowly floated up. A golden talisman appeared between Ningqi's eyebrows and constantly rotated. The silver dragon tattoo that had been motionless suddenly changed. It turned into a silver dragon that floated in front of Ningqi. The pair of silver eyes on its head stared at Ningqi. He inherited the Tao talisman so quickly. Silver Dragon's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He originally thought that Ningqi would need to at least reach the Emperor realm before he could inherit this Tao talisman. This Tao talisman was different from ordinary Tao talismans. If he didn't have Emperor realm cultivation, he would easily lose control of his mind and become a soulless body. Something must have gone wrong. Silver Dragon's expression gradually became solemn. Ningqi unconsciously frowned, as if he was enduring some kind of intense pain. Silver Dragon sighed deeply when he saw this and flew straight into the golden talisman between Ningqi's eyebrows. Time passed day by day, and the expression on Ningqi's face gradually eased. One day, the silver dragon once again emerged from the glabella between his eyebrows. But at this moment, the silver dragon seemed to be very tired. After becoming a tattoo again, the color was not as rich as before, and it became very pale. Chapter 2906. As Ningqi opened his eyes, the sound of a system notification rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending a Tao talisman. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the advancement mission. Would you like to advance now? No. Ning Qi said. The advancement mission was completed, but advancing to the primordial immortal realm was the same as advancing to the gold immortal realm from a celestial immortal. There was a terrible thunder tribulation. Back when he was advancing to the gold immortal realm, the heavenly Tao had sent down an immortal bone tribulation that was countless times more terrifying than that of an ordinary person. Now that he was advancing to the primordial immortal realm, Ning Qi feared that he would be killed by the heavenly Tao obliteration. With a slight thought, a Tao talisman flew out from between Ning Qi's eyebrows and rotated above his head. Ning Qi had completely inherited this Tao talisman, but it seemed that the power of the Tao talisman was related to his own cultivation. After Ning Qi inherited the Tao talisman, he did not feel that his cultivation had increased. However, the power of the great path in his body gradually changed under the influence of the Tao talisman. It was a strange change, but Ning Qi couldn't tell what it was exactly. 9 Flames Great Net Palm. Ning Qi suddenly stood up and blasted out a palm strike. The 9 types of immortal flames fused together, transforming into a gigantic palm imprint that blasted out towards the distant void. The power has increased by 4 to 5 times. As soon as the 9 Flames Daliao palm was unleashed, Ning Qi could sense that the power of this palm was much more terrifying than before, and this was related to the power of the Tao talismans. Following that, Ning Qi used other immortal arts, and their power increased. Even after opening the 9 inner hidden gates, Ning Qi discovered that the increase in his strength was far greater than before. At the very least, it had increased by about 3 times in total. This was a very large increase. I didn't expect the power of Tao talismans to be able to affect the cultivation methods of the Devil Clan. Could it be that the Devil Clan can also condense Tao talismans? No matter how many changes there are, they will still be the same? Ning Qi was surprised. In this way, his overall combat prowess had improved tremendously. Previously, Ning Qi could fight an early-stage primordial immortal with his bare fists, and with immortal slaying bow and other Tao weapons, he could fight a mid-stage primordial immortal for a while. But now, with his bare fists, he could at least suppress an ordinary early-stage primordial immortal. It didn't seem like much of a difference, but the increase in battle prowess was extremely terrifying. After all, the further one progressed in the immortal Tao, the greater the gap between realms. This was especially true between the great circle of the arcane immortal realm and the grand unity realm. It's just that it's slightly strange. My consciousness seemed to have been lost in that collapsed space earlier. Why did I suddenly succeed in inheriting this Tao talisman? A thoughtful expression appeared on Ning Qi's face. After several breaths of time, he suddenly discovered that the silver dragon tattoo on his body had undergone a massive change. The silver dragon, which had looked so lifelike, had now become dim, just like a tattoo that had faded. There was only one possibility for this to happen, and that was the silver dragon had suddenly consumed a large amount of profound qi during this period. Could it be that my success in inheriting this Tao talisman has something to do with the silver dragon? It appeared to help me without my knowledge. Ning Qi was a little bewildered. If he wanted to know this, he could only wait until the silver dragon's profound qi was almost fully recovered. Only then could he ask. But this time he was sure of one thing. The system had determined that the Tao talisman he had inherited belonged to him. This meant that the previous owner of the Tao talisman was probably Ning Qi's reincarnation. But he wasn't sure if the Tao talisman had anything to do with the divine Emperor Baixian. A battle fortress with a terrifying aura slowly arrived outside the atmosphere of Shenwu planet. Inside the fortress, Lu Wenhao and the others stood in front of a middle-aged man. When they saw the scene of Shenwu planet displayed on the screen, their expressions changed slightly. You said that there were 3 holy martial realm warriors in Yunqi City, right? The middle-aged man looked at Lu Wenhao indifferently. Master, it's absolutely true. I saw one of the holy martial realm warriors kill Lord Durando with my own eyes. Lu Wenhao quickly nodded. Haha, Durando, that good-for-nothing, died in the hands of a Saint Martial realm cultivator in the end. Speaking of which, it can be considered a blessing in misfortune. At the very least, he did not die on the bellies of those women. There was a hint of mockery in the middle-aged man's eyes. When Lu Wenhao and the others heard this, they didn't dare to reply, because along the way, they could see that the middle-aged man's attitude towards Dorland was very strange. He seemed to be very disdainful towards Dorland, but he didn't mind the hardships and traveled such a long distance to take revenge for Dorland. Master Josiah, let's go to Yunchi City first and see what's going on. A voluptuous woman with long red hair and a voluptuous figure walked up to the middle-aged man with four brawny men. She and the 4 strong men behind her were all wearing A-class steel armors produced by the Ghost Dragon Company. If they went all out, they could contend against Saint Martial realm experts. If they encountered a slightly weaker Saint Martial realm expert, they could easily kill them. There are 3 people over there. The 5 of you should go and take a look. If possible, bring their heads to me directly. I don't have to set foot on this barren planet. Josiah nodded. As he spoke, he looked at Shinwu Planet with a hint of disdain and disgust. It was as if setting foot on a planet like Shinwu Planet would dirty his shoes. Lead the way. The red-haired woman looked at Lu Wenhao and the others after receiving Josiah's approval. Yes. Lu Wenhao and the others didn't dare to resist. They all nodded. Then the red-haired woman and the 4 brawny men left the battle fortress under the guidance of Lu Wenhao, the Flying Fish Sect Master, and the others. They flew towards Yunchi City. Because the battle fortress was parked not far from Yunchi City, it took them about a day to reach Yunchi City after breaking through the atmosphere. A dozen figures didn't pass through the city gates. Instead, they flew directly into Yunchi City. The Yunchi sect disciples guarding the city jumped in fright when they saw this. From their armor, they could tell that they were demons from beyond the heavens. Demons from beyond the heavens have entered Yunchi City. A disciple of the Cloud Rising sect shouted loudly. His voice spread out in all directions. The guards of the Cloud Rising City reacted immediately and sent people to stop these 10 overfellows. Sect Master. A Yunchi sect disciple stared at Lu Wenhao, dumbfounded. Chapter 2907. I'm no longer the sect master of the mighty martial sect. Don't call me that anymore. Lu Wenhao's expression changed slightly, and he immediately said righteously. As he spoke, he stole a glance at the red-haired woman. Seeing that she wasn't angry, he heaved a sigh of relief. There was no need for Lu Wenhao to say anything. Everyone had already sensed that something was amiss. The dignified martial tyrant sect master and flying fish sect master were existences that everyone was familiar with. Yet they were wearing the armor of the otherworldly demon. They could already guess the reason. The expression of the former martial tyrant sect cultivator turned extremely ugly. There was a trace of disbelief in his eyes. He could not believe that his former sect master would surrender to the outer demon and become a lackey of the outer demon. Down below, more and more people noticed Lu Wenhao and the others. In Cloud Rising City, there was a profession similar to that of a reporter on Earth. Countless Cloud Rising City used the technology left behind by the extraterrestrial demon to develop cameras and aim at Lu Wenhao and the others. In less than a minute, inside the room, the big screens on every street and every household's TV were all broadcasting the scene at this moment. Shocking! The mighty martial sect master, the flying fish sect master, actually surrendered to the foreign demon and became traitors of Shinwu Planet. The blood-red words appeared on the screen. Everyone who saw this was in disbelief, but what followed was anger. The residents of the martial tyrant sect were especially furious. The martial tyrant sect didn't care if they lived or died, and the higher-ups all fled Shinwu Planet. This caused them to not only have to face the occasional appearance of extraterrestrial demons, but they also had to face internal strife. Now that they saw Lu Wenhao, he became the lackey of the foreign demon? How could they tolerate this? Sect Master, repent before it's too late. The former mighty martial sect, martialist, couldn't help but advise. Bullshit. A wise man submits to circumstances. Didn't I teach you this before? Lu Wenhao cursed. After a pause, he snorted coldly. Call your sect master Yun Xiao and the 3 Saint Martial Realm cultivators out. This is retribution for what they did back then. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One figure after another flew out of the cloud rising sect building. Yun Xiao was the first to arrive. When she saw the scene in front of her, her eyes flashed with surprise. Lu Wenhao, it's you? You guys are. Yun Xiao asked in surprise. Xiao, it's indeed me. Right now, the Flying Fish Sect Master and I have pledged our allegiance to Master Josiah. This is Master Josiah's #1 general, Lilith, an A-rank Steel General. Even an ordinary Saint Martial Realm expert is no match for Lady Lilith. But here, they killed Sir Durando back then, and it's time for them to pay with their blood. If you're tactful, maybe I'll introduce you to Sir Josiah and save your life. Lu Wenhao said loudly. A-class Steel General? Although Lu Wenhao's voice was not loud, it was broadcasted to the entire Cloud Rising City. Every resident heard what he said. Countless close-up cameras fell on Lilith, and fear gradually appeared in the eyes of these residents. A Class B Steel General was equivalent to an expert of the God Martial Arts realm. Wasn't a Class A Steel General equivalent to the Saint Martial Arts realm? Apart from that, they also noticed that the aura of the 4 strong men behind Lilith was only slightly weaker than hers. This time, the Heavenly Demon might have sent 5 A-class Steel Generals. Yun Xiao did not expect Lu Wenhao to pledge his allegiance so thoroughly. Even the way she spoke changed completely, and her expression became grave. I came here to take the heads of the 3 demons. Are they here? Lilith asked slowly. Her voice was very pleasant. However, at that moment, no matter how pleasant her voice was, it was like the voice of the devil to the people of Cloud Rising City. It was deadly. They were not in the mood to appreciate it at all. As soon as Lilith finished speaking, Ing Zhenxuan and Perfected Jiao appeared in front of the crowd one after another. Quick, show the cameras to the 2 Saint Martial Realm seniors. A reporter from a radio station quickly said. Needless to say, the cameraman already knew what to do. The other radio stations also showed the cameras to Ing Zhenxuan and Perfected Jiao at almost the same time. During this period of time, the people of Cloud Rising City already knew that 3 experts of the Saint Martial Arts realm had come to Cloud Rising City. Back then, when Durando's fleet was destroyed, it was one of the experts of the Saint Martial Arts realm who had done it. Many people already regarded Ing Zhenxuan and the others as the protectors of Cloud Rising City. Their status was even higher than Yun Xiao's. When the crowd saw the 2 of them through the cameras, they all heaved a sigh of relief and felt a glimmer of hope. At that moment, only these 2 people could deal with the Heavenly Demon. It's them. Lady Lilith, they're the ones who killed Master's brother, Lord Durando. There's another one of them, but he did not show up last time. He might be cowardly, so he hid. Lu Wenhao immediately pointed at Perfected Jiao and Ing Zhenxuan. It's you? Lilith's gaze locked onto Taoist Jiao and Ing Zhenxuan. The armor around her neck immediately surged like mercury, turning into a helmet that completely hid her head. The 4 strong men behind her did the same. Every once in a while, a few ants will come. How troublesome! Taoist Jiao sighed. Only if they feel pain will they not dare to come. A faint voice rang out. Both Venerable Jiao and Ing Zhenxuan were delighted. Ning Qi had silently appeared beside the two of them. Young Master Wu. Yun Xiao finally relaxed when she saw Ning Qi. She had guessed that Ning Qi's battle prowess was stronger than the two of them based on the conversation between Venerable Jiao and Ing Jinshuan, now that they were facing 5 A-rank steel generals, which were equivalent to holy martial realm experts. She was afraid that if Ning Qi did not appear, she would definitely die. Zhan Xian and Zhen Xian weren't a match for the other party. This is the third Saint Martial Realm cultivator. When all the major broadcasting stations pointed their cameras directly at Ning Qi, the citizens of Cloud Rising City all stood up subconsciously. They looked at Ning Qi curiously and expectantly. "You're finally willing to appear." Lu Wenhao stared at Ning Qi with a trace of resentment in his eyes. "The suit you wore back then still looks better." Ning Qi looked Lu Wenhao up and down and said with a faint smile, "You." When Lu Wenhao saw the flash of mockery in Ning Qi's eyes, he immediately felt extremely humiliated. When he thought of his current situation, he wanted to fight with Ning Qi on the spot. However, his rationality told him that he was no match for Ning Qi. "Everyone is here. Let's start," Lilith said calmly. The 4 strong men behind her immediately prepared to attack. Chapter 2908. "Isn't that—" Lu Wenhao broke out in a cold sweat. He looked at the scene in a daze. Wasn't that the battle fortress that had been split in half controlled by Josiah? Ning Qi had only used 1 slash to split a beyond grade A battle fortress in half? Was Josiah still alive? The Flying Fish Sect's leader and the others were shocked as well. Cold sweat dripped from their foreheads as they looked at Ning Qi in horror. "Let's go take a look." The reporters from all the major radio stations in Cloud Rising City rushed toward the place where the battle fortress had fallen. Not long after, the scene appeared on all the screens in Cloud Rising City. The gigantic battle fortress had already been split in half and was embedded into the ground. Sparks and lightning were constantly emitting from its surface. A braver cameraman walked inside and ended up photographing a corpse that had also been split in half. "Lord Joshua!" Lilith looked at the screen and mumbled to herself. The fear in her eyes intensified. That corpse was the captain of this beyond grade A battle fortress, the first heir of the coiled serpent family, Joshua. How could this be? The 4 strong men behind Lilith all looked at Ning Qi in horror. Their originally incomparably unyielding fighting spirit had completely vanished. "Are you going to take off your armor yourselves? Or do I have to do it?" Ning Qi looked at Lilith and the others with a faint smile. "I request that we be treated according to the terms of the war treaty." Lilith took off her armor, revealing her voluptuous body as she spoke to Ning Qi with a pale face. To the people of the Quinton Great World, losing a battle and being captured was a common occurrence. Knowing that Ning Qi's strength was terrifying and far beyond their imagination, they naturally would not be foolish enough to fight Ning Qi. Very quickly, everyone took off their armor. Lilith and the other 4's armor were casually thrown to Yun Xiao by Ning Qi. They were then taken away by the Cloud Rising Sect cultivators. Without their armor, their physical strength was slightly stronger than that of ordinary people, as if they had undergone some kind of genetic modification. However, most of them were at the human martial realm. Most of them were in the human martial arts realm. Facing the warriors of the earth martial arts realm, they had no ability to resist at all. "Xiao, this is a misunderstanding. We were forced to do this." Lu Wenhao's heart skipped a beat when he saw that they weren't taken away like Lilith and the others. He hurriedly explained to Yun Xiao. Yes. The sect master of the Flying Fish Sect and the others looked at Ning Qi in horror and agreed. They thought that under Joshua's leadership, Planet Shinwu wouldn't be able to fight back. They didn't expect someone as strong as Joshua to be killed without even showing his face. They couldn't imagine how strong Ning Qi was. This was definitely not something a Saint Martial Realm expert could do. On the big screen, the scene of Lu Wenhao and the others begging for mercy was broadcasted. Everyone who saw this scene could not help but reveal a look of mockery. Misunderstanding? He had already put on the armor of the extraterrestrial demon and brought the extraterrestrial demon to Cloud Rising City. How could this be called a misunderstanding? Bah! To think that the martial tyrant sect leader, Lu Wenhao, is so shameless. Exactly. When I first saw Lu Wenhao from afar, I admired him. If I had known that he was so shameless, I wouldn't have admired him at all. They aren't extraterrestrial demons, so they aren't qualified to be captives. I think we should just kill them. Not only did you betray Planet Shinwu, but you also surrendered to the extraterrestrial demon. Your crimes are unforgivable. Yun Xiaoxiao looked at Lu Wenhao coldly. She did not feel any sympathy for him, even though he was begging for mercy. If it hadn't been for Ning Qi, who knew what would have happened to Cloud Rising City, and even Planet Shinwu. Actually, we just pretended to surrender, Lu Wenhao muttered with an ugly expression. He could not think of any good excuses. Most importantly, he had just said a lot to make Yun Xiaoxiao more sensible, so he did not know how to explain himself. Ning Qi glanced at Perfected Dragon, who nodded slightly. Then he snapped his fingers and the heads of the flying fish sect master and the others exploded one after another. In the blink of an eye, only Lu Wenhao was left alive. He looked at Perfected Dragon in horror and immediately knelt in the air. Senior, please spare me. Senior, please spare me. Spare my useful body, and I will serve Planet Shinwu. No matter what, I am still a Sky Martial Realm Martialist. I am still useful to Planet Shinwu. Those suits of armor and the ones we collected earlier are all more useful than you. Perfected Dragon smiled. Pa! Lu Wenhao's head exploded in an instant, turning into a headless corpse that fell to the ground. When the people of Cloud Rising City saw this scene on the screen, especially the close-up of Lu Wenhao's head exploding, they felt extremely relieved. Only the martial artists who were once from the Hegemon martial sect felt a little conflicted. But they still felt that Lu Wenhao's death was not to be regretted. Yun Xiaoxiao looked at Lu Wenhao's corpse expressionlessly, then looked at Ning Qi with a hint of gratitude in her eyes. Big brother, I feel that your aura is a little different. Ying Jinshuan looked at Ning Qi curiously. Perfected Dragon nodded subconsciously. When Ning Qi first appeared, he felt that Ning Qi's aura was a little different from before. Although his realm seemed to be the same, he was still at the peak of the mysterious immortal realm. I made a breakthrough during the seclusion. Ning Qi smiled. He paused and looked at Sage Jiao. Come with me later. I have something to ask you. Yes. Perfected Dragon was slightly stunned, then quickly nodded. He was just a little curious. What would Ning Qi want to ask him? Mr. Wu, you have come out of seclusion. Do you want to go to my family? Yun Xiaoxiao asked. She only hoped that the fake mountain in her family was the kind of stone that Ning Qi wanted. That was the only way she could repay Ning Qi. After all, although Cloud Rising City had experienced a few dangers during this period of time, its development had been very gratifying. As long as she could understand the principles behind the 5 suits of armor that Ning Qi had given her today, Cloud Rising City would have 5 more Saint Martial Realm experts. There's no rush. I still have one more thing to do. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. After a short while, Ning Qi returned to the Cloud Rising Sect's building and asked Perfected Dragon, how powerful is the heavenly tribulation lightning that descends from the perfected Xian celestial realm to the primordial unity realm? What? Master, you are going to advance to the primordial unity realm? This Perfected Dragon looked at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. How long has it been since Master became a Xian celestial? He's already preparing to become a primordial unity realm? I'm afraid that Master is really the reincarnation of some almighty expert. Chapter 2909. Master, first of all, advancing from a profound immortal to a primordial immortal requires a long period of mental comprehension. Taoist Jiao muttered to himself for a while. After he organized his thoughts, he carefully spoke. Let's skip this part. I don't need to comprehend it. Ning Qi said lightly. What a joke! All he had to do was nod his head lightly, and he would be able to advance. The system had always been this violent. Apart from when he was advancing from the golden, immortal, perfected stage to the grand heavenly immortal realm, it was a little suicidal. As expected of the reincarnation of an almighty being, looks like his state of mind isn't something we can compare to. Venerable Jiao felt deep respect for him. After a pause, he added, then it's time to break through to the primordial immortal realm. The heavenly Tao will send down a primordial immortal tribulation. According to Taoist Jiao, every mysterious immortal who advanced to the primordial unity realm would attract a different number of primordial unity immortal tribulations. Some people only needed to endure one tribulation to naturally advance to the primordial immortal realm, but some geniuses were killed by the primordial immortal tribulation, enduring 7 or 8 of them in a row. In the immortal world, the most famous genius of recent times was the Langya immortal emperor. Legend had it that when he had ascended to the primordial immortal realm, the heavenly Tao had sent down 16 primordial immortal tribulations, not all at once, but over 3,000 years. Sometimes the Langya immortal emperor was eating. Some rumors even said that the Langya immortal emperor almost died in a latrine. As for whether Xian immortals needed to go to the toilet or not, it was naturally not important. Everyone was just listening and laughing, and no one really cared about it. In that case, the primordial unity immortal tribulation will not descend all at once, but will be divided into several periods. Ning Qi was slightly stunned. Not bad. Taoist Jiao nodded. When I broke through, I attracted 3 grand unity, celestial tribulations. The second grand unity, celestial tribulation, took 5,000 years, and the third one took 100,000 years. After passing through the third tribulation, I became a primordial immortal. Although the primordial immortal tribulation is terrifying, the benefits are also great. Not only can it improve one's root and comprehension, but it also has a strong body-refining effect. In the immortal realm, body-refining cultivators who can advance to the primordial immortal realm basically have the combat strength to crush those of the same level, because their bodies will be refined by the primordial immortal tribulation to the extent of immortality, making them extremely difficult to kill, even if he doesn't specialize in body tempering. Cultivators can also greatly enhance the strength of their bodies. For example, my body is at least 50 to 60 times stronger than when I was a Xian immortal. Ning Qi's eyes lit up. Although his physical body was strong, there was still a long way to go before it could be compared to the immortality that Venerable Jiao had mentioned. If he could survive the Grand Unity Celestial Tribulation, not only would he be able to advance to the Grand Unity Celestial Realm, but his physical strength would also increase tremendously. It had been a long, long time since his demonic cultivation had improved, and he was still stuck at the perfected heavenly demon realm. The physical strength that Ning Qi was so proud of had long since been surpassed by his immortal cultivation. If he didn't rely on the power of the great Tao within his body, his pure physical strength would at most be on par with a grand Luo. A few days later, Ning Qi left Cloud Rising City and found a deserted place. He felt that with the trump cards he had now, there was no need for him to wait until he reached the level of primordial immortal. Ning Qi had the 9 inner hidden gates and the prison-suppressing dragon elephant technique, so his physical strength far exceeded that of a perfected Xian immortal of the same realm. In addition, he also cultivated the 8-9 arcane technique, which could also enhance his physical strength. The essence of the sacred mountain and the prison-suppressing gate in his sea of consciousness were continuously transferring power into Ning Qi's body. At this moment, it was the best time for him to face the Grand Unity Celestial Tribulation. System, I want to advance. Ning Chi's heart moved. The next moment, Ning Chi felt as if a dam in his body had suddenly opened. With a boom, some kind of power crazily surged out. In the sky, the wind and clouds changed color, and a black cloud with a radius of thousands of acres appeared, covering Ning Chi's head. Ning Chi felt that, although he had not yet reached the level of primordial immortal, the power in his body had increased by at least 10%. It turns out that a perfected Xian immortal who has entered the state of tribulation transcendence is much stronger than an ordinary, perfected Xian immortal. Ning Chi sighed in his heart. Then he looked at the dark cloud in the sky with an incomparably solemn gaze. He was not sure whether the heavenly way, which had always found him an eyesore, would send down a thunder tribulation that would kill him. Boom! From the appearance of the black cloud, less than 10 breaths of time, a terrifying purple beam of light rushed out from inside and fell directly on Ning Chi's head. At this moment, Ning Chi felt that his body was almost bombarded into molecules. Every cell was frantically torn, and at the same time, even his spirit was greatly affected. That kind of pain went straight into his bones. Evil heavens, I really don't like it. I have to digest this power. Otherwise, my body can't bear it. Ning Chi's heart moved, and the 8-9 mysteries in his body ran wildly, constantly absorbing the terrifying power contained in the Tai immortal tribulation. The imprisonment dragon-elephant skill had been cultivated to the highest level. The 9 inner hidden gates was also at the perfected level. Like the imprisonment dragon-elephant skill, it could not be cultivated for the time being. Now he could only choose the 8-9 mysteries, which was also a cultivation method to cultivate the body, to offset the damage caused by the Tai immortal tribulation, and at the same time to try to maximize the strength of his body. Although the Tai immortal tribulation was fatal, it was also a rare opportunity. It was the same for everyone, but for Ning Chi, who was developing his body to become a sage, the effect was even stronger and greater. The 8-9 mysteries ran to the extreme. But because Ning Chi had only cultivated this cultivation method to the first heaven, it could not share too much of the power of the Tai immortal tribulation for Ning Chi. Ning Chi's body was still gradually melting. At this critical moment, the essence of the sacred mountain in Ning Chi's sea of consciousness and the gate of suppressing purgatory suddenly moved. Waves of terrifying energy were transmitted from them into Ning Chi's body, helping him resist the invasion of the Tai immortal tribulation. Time passed, and the essence of the sacred mountain was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. After more than 10 days, the mutual damage situation gradually began to improve. Boom! Ning Chi felt another loud noise in his mind. Then he found that his 8-9 mysteries had broken through the bottleneck of the first heaven and successfully entered the second heaven. At this moment, the 8-9 mysteries was running more fiercely, constantly destroying Ning Chi's vitality, but at the same time, it was also refining Ning Chi's body. The power of the Tai immortal tribulation was largely absorbed by the 8-9 mysteries. Rip. His clothes burst. Chapter 2910. Since the place Ning Chi chose was rather remote and far from Cloud Rising City, Sage Jiao was the first to be attracted by the commotion. What kind of monster is this? Sage Jiao looked at Ning Chi, dumbfounded. He was a flood dragon, but he suddenly felt that Ning Chi's aura had a natural bloodline suppression. Before he could react, Ning Chi, who had transformed into a giant ape, looked at Sage Jiao with his crimson eyes. In the next instant, he pounced towards Sage Jiao like a cannonball. Danger! Sage Jiao felt an extreme sense of danger. He felt that the giant ape's body contained an explosive power. Demon, how dare you! Sage Jiao roared and transformed into his flood dragon true form. In the end, he was punched in the head by Ning Chi, who had transformed into a giant ape. Sage Jiao felt dizzy and was sent flying. During this process, he felt that Ning Chi had caught up with him, and it seemed like the second punch was about to land on him. Sage Jiao roared and transformed into his true form. When Taoist Jiao saw this, golden light surged from his body and formed a protective barrier. He wanted to block Ning Qi's punch. However, with a loud bang, the protective barrier that could block the all-out attack of a primordial unity, genuine celestial, was shattered by Ning Qi's punch. Ning Qi's fist landed on Taoist Jiao's body and sent him flying into a mountain not far away. The mountain, which was hundreds of meters tall, was razed to the ground by Taoist Jiao's body. Dust filled the sky. How can there be such a terrifying existence here? Sage Jiao thought to himself in disbelief. This was a planet that didn't even have a human celestial. Where did such a monster ape come from? Sir, I have no enmity with you. There's no need to fight every time we meet, right? Sage Jiao roared. Boom! Another punch. Sage Jiao was furious. He used all sorts of celestial techniques, divine abilities, and even magical treasures. However, he only lasted for less than 10 breaths before he was defeated again. Boom! 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 Stop fighting! Taoist Jiao spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at the huge ape with a trace of fear in his eyes. At that moment, he only hoped that Ning Qi could sense what was happening. He believed that with Ning Qi's sword techniques, he could easily kill this ridiculously powerful monster ape. The eyes of the giant ape that Ning Qi had transformed into were still blood red. However, as he punched out again and again, his eyes gradually became clear. Ah, a warrior prefers death to humiliation. The pent-up anger that he had accumulated for a long time finally erupted. Taoist Jiao let out a furious roar and charged at Ning Qi with an expression of throwing caution to the wind. Boom, boom, boom. In less than a second, Master Jiao was once again beaten to the ground. He felt extreme pain all over his body as the giant ape punched him again and again. Master Jiao's eyes gradually revealed a look of despair. I can't believe that I, Taoist Jiao, didn't die at the hands of the heavenly Tao family, but in this desolate ghost realm. My reputation! As Venerable Jiao recalled his past, he felt that he had lived a useless life. Suddenly, he noticed that the giant ape seemed to have stopped beating him, and its eyes had turned from blood red to golden. His eyes, which seemed to have lost their rationality, now had a trace of clarity. What? Do you want to torture me to death? If you want to kill me, then kill me. Taoist Jiao looked at the giant ape angrily. Then, the giant ape spoke in the human language. Are you all right? This is Ning Qi's voice. Taoist Jiao was dumbfounded. Master, is that you? Yes, it's me. The giant ape grinned. However, his smile seemed to contain a trace of shame. This? Taoist Jiao looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Then he wanted to slap himself. Why did he have to come and join in the fun? He clearly knew that Ning Qi planned to advance to the primordial unity realm, and the commotion here was definitely caused by Ning Qi. Yet, he still came here and got beaten up for no reason. Why? Your body shouldn't have any major problems, right? Ning Qi asked with a smile. Many of my bones are broken. I should be fine after resting for a few years, Taoist Jiao said indifferently after remaining silent for a few breaths. In fact, if a primordial unity realm expert were to rest for a few years, his injuries would at least be classified as severe or even crippled. It's good that you're fine. Let's go. It seems like the second primordial unity, celestial tribulation, will descend. Ning Qi looked up at the sky. The dark clouds had long dispersed. Just the first Tai immortal tribulation had almost made him unable to bear it and turned him into ashes. He did not know when the second Tai immortal tribulation would appear. It must be even more terrifying. Ning Qi dared to say that no matter what, Ning Qi dared to say that no matter which perfected Xian immortal was struck to death by it. Seeing Ning Qi change back into his human form and change into a new set of clothes in the blink of an eye, Taoist Jiao almost vomited blood. He could only endure the pain and follow Ning Qi. Mr. Wu, are you ready? You want to go to my clan? Yun Xiao looked at Ning Qi with surprise in the sect master's office. That's right. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. That's good, but Yun Xiao looked at Daoist Jiao and Ning Jinchuan hesitantly. Can you two stay on planet Shenwu? I'm afraid that the Ghost Dragon Company will send another fleet to planet Shenwu for revenge. No problem. Ning Qi smiled. In the end, Daoist Jiao stayed on planet Shenwu to help guard while Ning Qi and Ing Jinchuan left planet Shenwu under Yun Xiao's lead. The journey back and forth would have taken at least 5 to 6 years. Before Yun Xiao left, she made some arrangements in Cloud Rising City. In just a few days, the three of them arrived at the Martial Distance planet, which was not far from planet Shenwu. We're here. Yun Xiao looked at Ning Qi and Ing Jinchuan, dumbfounded. She confirmed repeatedly that this was indeed the Martial Distance planet. However, why were they so fast? She only knew that she had been led by Ning Qi along the way, but she had never realized that the speed of the three of them had reached such an exaggerated level. A journey that should have taken 5 to 6 years had been shortened to 3 to 5 days. How terrifying was their cultivation to be able to do that? I followed the route you gave me. You shouldn't be asking me whether we're there or not, right? Ning Qi looked at Yun Xiao with a faint smile. Yun Xiao took a deep breath and pointed in a direction. That's where my mother's clan is. Then let's go. Ning Qi smiled. After a while, the three of them arrived in front of a huge house. The architectural style was completely different from Cloud Rising City. It did not seem to be affected by the Kuan-Ting realm. Chapter 2911. Ing Jinchuan was an earth immortal. In this ghostly realm, few women could compare to her in terms of temperament and appearance. Coupled with the purple jade between her eyebrows, it added to her charm. Any normal man who saw her would inevitably have some fantasies. It wasn't just the elegant young man. Even the few young men behind him were looking at Ing Jinchuan with a hint of greed in their eyes. Ing Jinchuan glanced at him indifferently and didn't answer. In the immortal realm, which golden core cultivator who wasn't even a human immortal would dare to take the initiative to greet her? Seeing that Ing Jinchuan was silent, the elegant man's expression changed slightly. He put on a fake smile and said, Miss, why aren't you saying anything? Seeing that you're standing at my door, you must be planning to visit the Yuan family? Cousin, when Yun Xiao saw the man, her expression didn't look too good. She hesitated for a moment before opening her mouth to greet him. Yuan Qingkong was taken aback and looked at Yun Xiao in surprise. Why are you here? Then his expression changed, and he said in disgust, Didn't my father say that you're not allowed to step into the Yuan family for the rest of your life? Why are you here? Yun Xiao was speechless, but there was a hint of anger in the depths of her eyes. This is Yun Xiao, the daughter of that Tiskte. Her mother was originally of such a noble status. As the little princess of the Yuan family, she had intercourse with a foreign demon and gave birth to such a bastard. How dare she come to our Yuan family today? These two are so close to her. I'm afraid they're not good people either. The young men behind Yuan Qingkong looked at each other and said mockingly, Born from intercourse with a foreign demon? Yun Xiao's father was from the Kuan-Ting world? Ning Qi's eyes flickered. He finally understood why Lu Wenhao said that it would be difficult for Yun Xiao to return to the family in this lifetime. If you're here to see your shameless mother, I advise you to forget about it. Her grave was dug up by wild dogs some time ago, and no one knows where her corpse is. Yuan Qingkong said coldly. What did you say? My mother's grave was dug up? Yun Xiao was greatly shocked when she heard this, and she couldn't help but tear up. Yuan Qingkong nodded impatiently and waved his hand, intending to chase the three away. But then he reacted and looked at Ing Jinchuan with a slightly greedy gaze. He turned to Yun Xiao and asked, Is this lady your friend? How could Yun Xiao listen to his words? Her expression was somewhat lifeless. Seeing this, Yuan Qingkong smiled at Ing Jinchuan and said, Miss, we hit it off right from the start. Why don't you come to my Yuan clan as a guest? If you say another word, I will kill you. Ing Jinshuan looked at Yuan Qingkong indifferently. Yuan Qingkong's expression changed. The youths from the Yuan clan behind him were also taken aback. Only then did they turn to look at Ing Jinshuan with a trace of anger in their eyes. Where did this wild girl come from? How dare she speak so arrogantly? The gate of the Yuan family suddenly opened, and a ferocious-looking old man walked out with a group of guards behind him. Third elder. Yuan Qingkong and the others hurriedly bowed. Wild girl, where are you from? Why do you keep talking about taking the lives of the Yuan clan's disciples? Haven't you heard about the status of the Yuan clan on the martial fire planet? The old man looked at Ing Jinshuan coldly. After a pause, he looked at Yun Xiaoxiao with a trace of disdain in his eyes. So it's you, you bastard. They were brought here by you. No wonder they are so rude. Are these two also the children of a traitor and a demon from beyond the heavens? Sometimes a loose tongue can cause trouble. You have lived for so long, but you don't know anything. What a pity. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Third elder, I just want to know if what Yuan Qingkong said was true. Is my mother's body really gone? Yun Xiaoxiao suddenly raised her head and stared at the old man. She was eaten by wild dogs. The old man laughed. After that, he ignored Yun Xiaoxiao and looked at Ning Qi. Junior, you said that a loose tongue can cause trouble. I don't quite understand this point. I'm a dignified, divine, martial realm cultivator. Could it be that a single sentence from my mouth will cause a disaster? Yuan Qingkong and the others immediately chuckled when they heard this. Young Master Wu is an expert of the holy martial realm. Yun Xiaoxiao suddenly said softly, Holy martial realm? The laughter stopped abruptly, but immediately after, there was a burst of laughter. Are you kidding me? Holy martial realm? How old is this kid? He is about the same age as us, and yet he can reach the legendary realm? This bastard probably wants to find someone to scare the Yuan clan. Holy martial realm. The third elder was stunned at first, then carefully looked at Ning Qi and then laughed. Ha ha ha. Slap. Ning Qi did not make a move. Instead, Ing Jinshuan could not help but make the first move. She slapped the third elder in the face, sending him flying into the air. He somersaulted a few times before landing heavily on the ground. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. Yuan Qingkong and the others could not believe it. They watched this scene in disbelief. The third elder, one of the three great elders of the Yuan clan, and also one of the three experts of the divine martial realm, was actually slapped by his opponent? Cough, cough. After the third elder fell to the ground, he first fainted, then coughed continuously and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. There was a trace of fear in his eyes as he looked at Ing Jinshuan in disbelief. His body gradually began to tremble. From this moment on, he already knew that his opponent was indeed an expert of the holy martial realm. Otherwise, how could she have beaten him like this with just one move? Your Excellency. The third elder struggled to stand up as he spoke slowly, but halfway through his words he suddenly stopped. This was because he found that the meridians and dantian in his body had been completely shattered. His cultivation of the divine martial realm was completely gone. You actually crippled my cultivation. The third elder looked at Ing Jinshuan in horror and lost his voice. What? The third elder's cultivation has been destroyed? Yuan Qingkong and the others turned pale with fright and stared blankly at Ing Jinshuan. At this moment, they all felt a chill in their hearts, especially Yuan Qingkong. I thought you would kill him. Ning Qi smiled at Ing Jinshuan. Ing Jinshuan glanced at Yun Xiaoxiao and said indifferently, This person is a relative of Miss Xiaoxiao after all. If Miss Xiaoxiao does not speak, then destroying his cultivation is enough. Chapter 29:12. Yuan Qingkong and the others had looked down on Yun Xiaoxiao, but now they realized that Yun Xiaoxiao's words made them break out in a cold sweat. Annihilation. How cruel! However, they didn't dare to voice their anger. The third elder was one of the 3 divine martial realm experts of the Yuan clan, and yet he had been crippled in a single exchange. This meant that the third elder's cultivation might really be, as Yun Xiaoxiao had said, a legendary Saint martial realm expert. Where did this bastard find these 2 people to back him up from? Is that man also a holy martial realm expert? Yuan Chenkong thought with an ugly expression. Did you hear what Miss Xiaoxiao said? Ing Jinchuan said lightly. Only then did the third elder come to his senses. The resentment in his heart had long disappeared. At this moment, it was more important to save his life. He hurriedly said, I heard. Then why don't you say it? Ing Jinchuan snorted. The third elder's face showed a hint of hesitation. Is it my aunt? Yun Xiaoxiao suddenly asked. The third elder was slightly stunned, then nodded expressionlessly. Yuan Qinkong was shocked. He didn't know that Yun Xiaoxiao's mother's grave was dug up by his own mother. And is so cruel. Didn't uncle say anything? Yun Xiaoxiao's voice was a little shaky, but her expression was calm. But everyone could feel that the calmness was just a facade. In fact, Yun Xiaoxiao was extremely angry. What happened? Another 2 angry roars came from inside the Yuan family. Following that, 2 figures broke through the air one after the other. The third elder opened his mouth. But before he could say anything, the moment the 2 of them saw Yun Xiaoxiao and the seemingly injured third elder, they immediately joined hands to attack Yun Xiaoxiao. Yun Xiaoxiao saw that one of them was her own uncle, but he didn't even ask before directly attacking. Her heart immediately died, and the last trace of hope she had for the Yuan clan disappeared. Slap, slap. This time it was not Ing Jinchuan, but Ning Qi. With 2 light slaps in the air, the 2 god martial arts realm experts, who were approaching aggressively, fell down in front of Yun Xiaoxiao like kites with their strings cut. My cultivation! The 2 of them only felt that everything in front of them was pitch black. When they came back to their senses, they found that the meridians in their bodies had all been broken, and their dantian had also been shattered. The cultivation of the god martial arts realm had suddenly disappeared completely. Your Yuan family only has 3 god martial realm warriors, and now all 3 of you are crippled. Can you talk properly now? Ning Qi said lightly, Great Elder, Second Elder. Their cultivations were also crippled. Everyone looked at this scene with a blank expression. The disciples of the Yuan family who had just arrived did not know what was going on, and looked a bit confused. Father! Yuan Chenkong screamed, and hurriedly helped the second elder up. When he found that his father's body did not seem to have any cultivation left, a look of fear appeared in his eyes. What happened? Yuan Wuji looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Who the hell are you? Uncle, these 2 seniors came with me. Yun Xiaoxiao said calmly. She looked at Yuan Wuji's wretched state without a trace of sympathy in her eyes. It's you, you bastard. Yuan Wuji's eyes suddenly became extremely resentful. At this moment he thought of many things. He thought that Yun Xiaoxiao had brought powerful experts to take revenge on the Yuan family. Yuan Qingtian, the head elder of the Yuan family and the current head of the Yuan family, looked at Ning Qi and Ing Jinchuan with a pale face. He regretted making a move without knowing the enemy's situation. If he didn't handle this well, the entire Yuan family would be in deep trouble. If he had not handled this matter well, the entire Yuan family would have been wiped off the Woolly Star. However, he could not understand how Yun Xiaoxiao, a mere warrior of the sky martial arts realm, was able to invite such 2 terrifying existences. He had already guessed that Ning Qi and Ing Jinchuan might be the legendary experts of the holy martial arts realm. Apart from the holy martial arts realm, who else could so easily cripple his and Yuan Wuji's cultivations with a single move? I heard that my mother's grave was dug up by my aunt. Yun Xiaoxiao looked at Yuan Wuji indifferently. Yuan Wuji's eyes flashed. Seeing this, Yun Xiaoxiao was certain that the third elder was not lying. Mr. Wu, I still remember the location of that courtyard. I'll take you there now. Yun Xiaoxiao smiled at Ning Qi. What about them? Ning Qi smiled and pointed at Yuan Wuji and the others. The three strongest experts of the divine martial arts realm in the Yuan family have been crippled. From now on, they will be like disabled people. If the news spreads, the enemies of the Yuan family will naturally come looking for you. There's no need to dirty your hands. Yun Xiaoxiao smiled. All right, Lady Xiaoxiao, please lead the way. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Then, under Yun Xiaoxiao's lead, Ning Qi and Ning Jinxuan walked straight into the Yuan family. During this process, the people of the Yuan family made way for them, not daring to stop them at all. They could only watch in fear as Ning Qi and the others disappeared from their sight. The Yuan family is finished. Yuan Qingtian clenched his teeth and squeezed these words out of his mouth. It's all because of this bastard. If I had killed this bastard back then, this wouldn't have happened. I regret it. I regret it. Yuan Wuji murmured to himself, a crazed look on his face. The faces of the rest of the Yuan family members were pale. They looked at the three with a strange expression. The three strongest people of the Yuan family were now crippled. What should they do in the future? Would the Yuan family choose a new family leader? Would Yun Xiaoxiao and the others, would they let them go? Complicated emotions lingered in everyone's heart. Leader, second elder, father, that be asterisk starred came to our Yuan family today for some other purpose. She mentioned that yard just now. Could it be that there is some kind of treasure hidden in one of our yards? Yuan Qingkong suddenly said. Everyone was slightly startled, and then they looked at each other in bewilderment. Let's go. Even if I die, I want to know why. Yuan Wuji said with a face full of resentment. Chapter 29:13. Young Master Wu, is that so? Yun Xiaoxiao looked at Ning Qi apprehensively. Yes. Ning Qi smiled. Yun Xiaoxiao smiled. She was afraid that this fake mountain wasn't what Ning Qi wanted. This way, she wouldn't be able to repay Ning Qi's help to Planet Shinwu and Cloud Rising City for the rest of her life. The three of them entered the yard. The yard seemed to have been vacant for a long time. Yun Xiaoxiao's eyes fell on one of the small houses, and she seemed to be reminiscing. It was as if she was recalling the days when she was young and lived here for a period of time. Ning Jinxuan sized up the fake mountain curiously. No matter how she used her divine will, she could not find anything special about it. It was just an ordinary rock. Bang, bang, bang. Just as he neared the fake mountain, Ning Qi heard the sound of a heartbeat. He glanced at Ning Jinxuan and Yun Xiaoxiao, but they didn't seem to notice the sound at all. Thinking of this, Ning Qi immediately looked towards the rockery. The voice seemed to be coming from inside the rockery. There was something inside. Suddenly, Ning Qi discovered that the essence of the divine mountain in his sea of consciousness was transmitting a fearful thought for some reason. Ever since he refined the sacred mountain essence and suppressed it in his consciousness, the sacred mountain essence no longer had its own spiritual energy. But today it was an exception. Indeed, the monkey was the spirit of the mystic realm. Even if it's just a fragment, it's enough to strike fear into the divine mountain's essence, which is of a lower level than it. Ning Qi's eyes revealed a hint of understanding. If the sacred mountain essence had not been suppressed and the mystic realm was destroyed, it would have found a new place to live. After countless years, would another monkey come out from the sacred mountain essence? After looking at the rockery for a dozen breaths of time, Ning Qi gently waved his hand and put it into his sea of knowledge. As soon as the rockery appeared in his sea of knowledge, the essence of the sacred mountain immediately underwent a huge change. With a hum, it suddenly exploded, turning into countless tiny stones that flew towards the rockery. The mountain swarmed forward, and in less than a moment, the essence of the sacred mountain had completely disappeared. In exchange, The size of the artificial mountain had increased by several times. The sound of the heartbeat inside had become louder and more distinct. No wonder the essence of the divine mountain was afraid. If the spirits of the arcane realms were too close to one another, it would be like a big fish swallowing a small fish. The higher level arcane realm's energy would devour the lower level arcane realm spirit? This change caught Ning Qi off guard. However, he quickly reacted. Although there were some disadvantages to Ning Qi after the mountain's essence was absorbed by the artificial mountain, he had lost a treasure that could continuously supply energy and increase his cultivation base. However, when he thought about it carefully, compared to incubating a secret realm spirit, it was much better. That bit of energy was not essential anymore. Seeing that Ning Qi had taken the fake mountain, Yun Xiaoxiao said, "Young Master Wu, I want to pay my respects to my mother. Go. It's a coincidence that you're here today. If there's anything you want to do, just say it." Ning Qi smiled. Yun Xiaoxiao nodded. She already understood what Ning Qi meant. After the three of them left the courtyard, Yuan Qingtian and the others stood not far away, looking at the three of them with bewildered and fearful gazes. At the same time, they also looked towards the courtyard. They had already discovered that the blue artificial mountain in the small courtyard had completely disappeared. The three of them were actually here for that ordinary-looking artificial mountain. Yuan Qingtian and the others exchanged glances. Deep doubts and confusion arose in their hearts. Could that artificial mountain be hiding some sort of secret? God-damned bastard. How dare you bring outsiders to cause trouble in my Yuan clan? Suddenly a sharp roar was heard. A middle-aged woman with a rather dignified appearance walked over with a twisted expression. A large group of guards and maids followed behind her. Yuan Wuji's expression changed drastically when he saw this. "Aunt." Yun Xiaoxiao looked at the middle-aged woman and stared at her expressionlessly. "Don't call me aunt. You're not even a member of the Yuan clan. I heard from the servants that you brought 2 people to the Yuan clan to show off. I knew that you were a traitor from the moment you were born." The middle-aged woman said furiously, "I heard that you dug up my mother's grave." Yun Xiaoxiao's voice was very calm. The middle-aged woman finally sensed that something was wrong when she heard this. She could not help but look at Yuan Qingtian and the others. However, she discovered that the 3 of them looked abnormally pale, as if they had suffered a very serious injury. "Will it kill you to speak a little less?" Yuan Wuji said with an ugly expression. Whoosh! There was a flash of cold light. Before the middle-aged woman could react, her head rolled off her neck. Immediately afterward, the guards that she had brought along looked horrified. The maids could not help but scream. Yuan Qingkong looked at this scene in disbelief. Tears involuntarily welled up in his eyes. His mother had died just like that? Yuan Wuji slowly closed his eyes, as if he had already expected this scene. Although he looked calm, his body could not help but tremble. It was unknown whether he was afraid or angry. The entire place was silent. The middle-aged woman's head had been personally cut off by Yun Xiaoxiao. Normally, if anyone dared to kill the wife of the second elder of the Yuan clan would certainly be in a mess. It would be difficult to vent their hatred without torturing the culprit to death. But now no one dared to move. Not only did they not dare to move, but they were also filled with endless fear. If Yun Xiaoxiao went crazy and wanted to destroy the Yuan clan, who would be able to stop the 2 strong cultivators that Yun Xiaoxiao had brought? Yun Xiaoxiao stretched out her hand, and the head on the ground flew into her hand. Then she carried the head and left the Yuan clan with Ning Qi and Ing Jinshuan. During this process, no one in the Yuan clan dared to move. Only when the 3 of them had completely disappeared through the gate did Yuan Qingtian say weakly, "From today on, the Yuan clan will move out of this place. Take the important things with you. Don't take anything else." Immediately. Everyone looked at each other. Then their expressions became extremely grave. The famous Yuan clan on the Woolly planet had been severely injured by a bastard that had been expelled by the Yuan clan. If the Yuan clan did not have any cultivators in the sky martial arts realm break through to the god martial arts realm, they would be reduced to a second-rate clan on the Woolly planet. The clan would lose its former glory. Chapter 29:14. After Yun Xiaoxiao was done with her mother, the three of them were planning to leave. However, a battle fort appeared out of nowhere and flew right above their heads. Not long after that, the sound of cannons being fired came from the Yuan family, along with the screams of the Yuan family members. Yun Xiaoxiao didn't intend to pay attention to it, but when her eyes fell on her mother's tombstone, a trace of compassion rose in her heart. "Miss Xiaoxiao, let's go and have a look." Ning Qi smiled. Yun Xiaoxiao nodded. If Ning Qi hadn't spoken, she would still have hesitated whether to go or not. Grabbing the two, Ning Qi's body slightly moved, and in the blink of an eye he appeared in the air not far away from the Yuan family. He saw quite a few B-rank steel warriors killing in the Yuan family. 3 god martial realm warriors of the Yuan family had their cultivation destroyed by Ning Qi, and the remaining sky martial realm warriors were not at all like this group of B-rank warriors. They were the opponents of the steel generals. The heavens want to destroy the Yuan clan. Yuan Qingtian couldn't help but look up to the sky and cry, his eyes full of tears. If the other party had come earlier, the three of them would still have had the strength to fight. Soon, the Yuan clan was gathered in one place like a flock of sheep, standing there with pale faces. Then, a B-class steel general walked out of the courtyard where Ning Qi and the others had just left. He looked at a middle-aged man who walked out of the B-class battle fortress with an extremely ugly expression. The burly man said, "Captain, the stone of Kuin is missing. I can guarantee that when I passed by this place not long ago, I detected the fluctuation of the stone of Kuin. Someone got it before us." The middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed, and he said angrily, "I listened to you and came here. How much energy did I consume during this period? You actually told me that the stone of Kuin is missing? Have you been playing with me from the beginning to the end?" The B-class steel general smiled bitterly. "I don't dare! Stone of Kuin? Could it be?" Yuan Qinkong suddenly said loudly, "Is it a blue boulder?" "Oh, you know." The middle-aged man looked at Yuan Qinkong coldly. The other steel generals reacted instantly and grabbed Yuan Qinkong to come in front of the middle-aged man. In that courtyard, there was a rockery made of blue stone. "I wonder if it is the stone of Kuin you are looking for?" Yuan Qinkong's eyes flickered. "Yes, that's it. Where did it go?" The middle-aged man's eyes flickered with greed when he heard this. "Someone took it." Yuan Qinkong hurriedly said, "Someone took it away? Who is it? Where did they go?" The middle-aged man's face darkened. "If I tell you, can you let our Yuan family go?" Yuan Qinkong said boldly. The burly middle-aged man's eyes shifted slightly as he glanced at the people of the Yuan family below, then nodded and said to Yuan Qinkong, "As long as you can guide me to the stone of Kuinting, I will let you go. In my eyes, your value is nothing compared to the stone of Kuinting." That fake mountain was indeed a treasure. Yuan Qingtian and the other upper echelons of the Yuan family looked at each other. They seemed to have realized something, but at the same time they were also a bit regretful. Such a treasure had been in the Yuan family for so many years, and none of them had discovered its secrets. But in the end, it was taken away by the bastard of the Yuan family. They went there. Yuan Qinkong pointed in a direction. It was where Yun Xiaoxiao's mother's grave was. In the void, the figures of Ning Qi and the other two were hidden under a formation. Yuan Qinkong's finger had even directly pointed at Yun Xiaoxiao, but no one present could detect their existence. The stone of Kuinting. Ning Qi's gaze fell on the captain. From the captain's words, Ning Chi could conclude that the immortal demon stone must still exist in the Kuan-Ting world, and it seemed to be extremely important to them that they had come all the way here. Yun Xiao Xiao was completely disappointed in the Yuan family the moment she saw Yuan Qingkong make a deal with the foreign demons. Young Master Wu, these foreign demons also recognized those blue stones. Yun Xiao Xiao looked at Ning Qi and reminded him. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. With a thought, the figures of the three were suddenly exposed in front of everyone. The middle-aged man and his subordinates' expressions changed when they saw this. Yuan Qingkong immediately pointed at Ning Qi and the other two and shouted, "It's them! They took the stone of Kuan-Ting." "It's them? Take them down!" The middle-aged man roared. The group of B-class steel generals did not wait for his order. They had already covered their bodies in battle armor and attacked Ning Qi and the other two. Ning Qi laughed heartily. He opened his mouth and inhaled, then exhaled. A violent surge of immortal spiritual energy instantly rushed towards the group of B-class steel generals. Before they could even get within 10 zhang of Ning Qi and company, their battle armors were blown away by the immortal spiritual energy, and they fell to the ground headfirst. The Yuan family members gasped when they saw the scene. Yuan Qingkong stared at Ning Qi, dumbfounded, and endless fear gradually filled his eyes. What kind of existence was this? How could he defeat the B-class steel generals who almost destroyed the Yuan family in one go? The middle-aged man was startled. He made a prompt decision and said, "I request a treaty of war." I know. Captive, right? You can go as long as you answer a few questions of mine." Ning Qi smiled and waved his hand. "What questions?" The middle-aged man looked at Ning Qi carefully, but there was a trace of joy in his heart. He did not expect that the other party did not intend to capture them. "What is the stone of Kuan-Ting that you are talking about?" Ning Qi smiled. The stone of Kuan-Ting. The middle-aged man did not expect Ning Qi to ask this question, and there was a trace of hesitation in his eyes. "Tell me, my time is precious. Don't waste it." Ning Qi smiled faintly. "The stone of Kuan-Ting is the energy source of our Kuan-Ting world." The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said slowly, although this was a secret that they did not want to let the demons know, it was not a big secret. In the Kuan-Ting world, even ordinary people knew the origin of the stone of Kuan-Ting. After a while, after listening to the middle-aged man's narration, Ning Qi was a little surprised. The Yuan family members were even more surprised. They did not expect that the rockery that had been placed in front of the Yuan family was actually the origin of the Kuan-Ting world. The earliest extraterrestrial demons had used this kind of stone to develop themselves in their civilization. So the stone of Kuan-Ting is extremely valuable in your world, Ning Qi said lightly. Chapter 29:15. The people of the Kuan-Ting world could not absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for their own use, so energy had become a necessity for their reproduction. It was just like the first ancient person who had discovered fire. When the Kuan-Ting world had discovered energy and developed its present civilization, its progress in energy remained the same as before. No new energy had been discovered, and it still relied on the first Kuan-Ting stone. Therefore, from the middle-aged man, everyone knew that the Kuan-Ting stone was extremely valuable to the Kuan-Ting world. Just the backyard alone was equivalent to at least 100 martial fire stars. Yuan Qingtian and the others looked dejected. They had failed to recognize the treasure, and in the end, not only had they brought disaster upon themselves, but they had also lost their treasure. The Kuan-Ting stone that you first discovered should still be there, right? Ning Qi suddenly asked. The middle-aged man was slightly taken aback, then nodded. That Kuan-Ting stone has always been under the watch of the elders. As he spoke, an imperceptible trace of mockery flashed in the depths of his eyes. How could he not understand the meaning of Ning Qi's words? It was just that all those who had designs on the Kuan-Ting stone under the watch of the elders were dead. He hoped that Ning Chi would be reckless and go to the elders. That way, he would no longer need to think about revenge, and elders would help him. Your ghost dragon company should have its own Kuan Ting stone, right? Ning Chi said lightly. The middle-aged man hesitated, then nodded. In the beginning, it was because the founder of the Ghost Dragon Company discovered a Kuan Ting stone that the Ghost Dragon Company of today came into being. Although the Ghost Dragon Company is not an empire, it is one of the top 3 financial groups in the Kuan Ting world. Even the king of the Atlantis Empire is slightly inferior to the Ghost Dragon Company in the Kuan Ting world. After a series of inquiries from Ning Chi, he gradually came to understand the overall structure of the Kuan Ting world. First of all, the most powerful faction was the Council of Elders. This was the first person to discover the first Kuan Ting stone and had been established since ancient times. It was also because of them that empires of various levels appeared one after another. For example, the Atlantis Empire was only one of the 4 great empires under the Kuan Ting world. There were various empires of varying strength, and each empire had its own Kuan Ting stone. From the strength of an empire to the weak from this, one could tell how big the stone of Kuan Ting they possessed was. From the middle-aged man's words, Ning Chi guessed that the 3 top consortiums, the 4 great empires, and the Council of Elders possessed the Quinton stone. It was very likely that the total amount of Quinton stone possessed by these 8 forces was more than the sum of the rest of the empires combined. I've told you everything you wanted to know. Can I go now? The middle-aged man looked at Ning Chi cautiously, afraid that Ning Chi would go back on his word. Ning Chi smiled. Of course not. What? Did he really go back on his word? The middle-aged man couldn't believe it. How could an expert like Ning Chi go back on his word in front of so many people? You still have to take me to the Ghost Dragon Company. After that, I'll let you leave safely. Ning Chi laughed. The middle-aged man wasn't the only one who was shocked by Ning Chi's words. Even Yun Xiao and the rest of the Yuan clan were shocked by Ning Chi's words. Go to Ghost Dragon Company? Wasn't that walking right into a trap? Are you really going to the company? The middle-aged man's expression changed. Of course. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. Then he waved his hand and a gust of wind blew past. When the Yuan clan opened their eyes again, they realized that Ning Chi and the others were nowhere to be seen. Even the steel generals who had lost their armor were gone. That was close. Yuan Qingtian couldn't help but let out a long sigh. The Yuan clan had almost been exterminated. This situation was a blessing in disguise. Suddenly, Yuan Wuji let out a venomous roar. Damn it! Everyone followed his gaze and saw that Yuan Qingkong, who had been alive and well a moment ago, had lost his head. All that was left was a headless corpse standing quietly on the ground. Shenwu Planet. Ning Chi sent Yun Xiao back to Yunqi City. At the same time, he asked Ding Jinxuan and perfected Jiao to wait for him there. The middle-aged man's subordinates had all become captives. After giving some instructions, Ning Chi left Yunqi City with the middle-aged man alone. In the depths of the dark universe, the middle-aged man's armor was still intact. His entire body was covered in armor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to travel through the void with his body. Seeing Ning Chi leisurely strolling through the universe, a trace of jealousy flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. It was precisely because of this that they called such existences demons. How could a real human enter the universe with their physical bodies? Sir, do you plan to go to Ghost Dragon Company like this? It might take many years. We came here because of the warp function of the battle fortress. That's how we shorten the time to a few years. The middle-aged man said. That's right, you're really thoughtful. Ning Chi smiled. Why don't you return my battle fortress to me, and we can use it to go to Ghost Dragon Company? A cunning look flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. As long as he returned to the battle fortress, he would have countless ways to send a message to Ghost Dragon Company and have them prepare for an ambush. He believed that a native like Ning Chi wouldn't be able to see through his tricks. However, in the next moment, the middle-aged man's eyes revealed a hint of shock. A battle fort that was twice as big as a normal A-rank battle fort appeared in front of him. Moreover, this battle fort gave him a very strange feeling. It was as if he was facing a living being. It was as if he was facing a living ancient beast. Come, don't stand on ceremony. This is my battle fortress, Niwa. Ningqi smiled. Niwa's cabin door slowly opened. The middle-aged man looked at Ningqi's back in shock and quickly followed. Why does he also have a battle fortress? After entering Niwa, the middle-aged man looked around in shock. All the details indicated that this Niwa was very likely a product of Ghost Dragon Company. Master. Niwa suddenly appeared beside Ningqi and said with a grin, "An AI." The middle-aged man looked at Niwa enviously. Only A-class battle fortresses would be equipped with an AI terminal. You said I'm an AI? Wait. Niwa suddenly looked at the middle-aged man. Then, a group of data flashed in her eyes. Soon, a virtual screen was projected from her eyes. On it was the detailed information of the middle-aged man. Philo, Ghost Dragon Company's guard team leader, B-class battle fortress captain. Home. The information was detailed to the middle-aged man's childhood, including his primary school, secondary school, and even university. Niwa looked at Ningqi excitedly. Master, we are. Chapter 29:16. After receiving Ningqi's confirmation, Nviwa's excitement was beyond words. Although she was an artifact spirit derived from the previous artificial intelligence system after Ningqi used the 9 hell tempering technique to reforge the A-grade battle fortress, she had inherited the memories of the original artificial intelligence system. The Quinton Great World was equivalent to her birthplace, although her memories of this place were limited to the short time when she came down from the assembly line. Do you know the address of the Ghost Dragon Company? Ningqi smiled. Please wait a moment, Master. I'm connecting to the network here. It will take a few days to load the information. Nviwa smiled. Rows and rows of dense data flashed in her eyes. Seeing the conversation between Ningqi and Nviwa, Pharaoh's expression changed slightly. He looked at Ningqi in disbelief. Your Excellency, your artificial intelligence system terminal seems to what? Ningqi looked at Pharaoh with a faint smile. Seems to be full of spirituality. Pharaoh was in disbelief. I've already said that I'm not an artificial intelligence system terminal. I'm the artifact spirit of the Niwa ship. You can call me Nviwa. Master, is this your friend? Nviwa frowned at Pharaoh, then looked at Ningqi. He's a captive. I'm going to the Ghost Dragon Company this time to get some things. Next, I have to visit the other 2 consortiums, the 4 empires, and the Elders' Council of the Quinton Great World. Ningqi smiled. The Elders' Council. Nviwa felt that this term was very familiar, but she had no clue. She could only wait for the information to load before she knew what kind of existence the Elders' Council was. Speaking of which, even if she had inherited the memories of the artificial intelligence system terminal, it was impossible for it to be the same as a real A-grade battle fortress. After all, it was obtained through the lottery at the Dragon Slaying Mall. A few days later, Nviwa finally finished loading the information. Her understanding of the Quinton Great World surpassed Pharaoh's. She knew where the Ghost Dragon Company's base was even without Pharaoh's directions. However, Ningqi did not let Pharaoh go because of this. Since he was going to the other party's territory, it would be safer to have a local leader lead the way. While the Niwa ship was constantly making space jumps, Philo kept thinking hard. He could not understand why a sentient terminal like Niwa would appear in the Kuan-Ting Great World. Even though the Kuan-Ting Great World's technology was already extremely advanced, there had never been any forces. To be able to develop true intelligence required a soul. Only a god could bestow a soul upon an object. Thinking of this, Philo looked at Ningqi with a strange gaze. He suspected that Ningqi's strength was not as he had imagined. that he was only in the St. Martial realm. Because with the strength of the Ghost Dragon Company, even those who were far beyond the St. Martial realm and above didn't dare to easily approach them. There was only one outcome for approaching it, and that was death. However, Ning Chi was very calm from the beginning to the end. Even when Nuwa invaded the Ghost Dragon Company's internal network and revealed the full strength of the Ghost Dragon Company, Ning Chi was still calm. Regarding this, Pharaoh felt that Ning Chi must have something to rely on. That was why he was like this. Over 100 S-class battle fortresses that can kill immortal martial realm experts are one level stronger than the Saint Martial realm. They also have tens of thousands of A-class battle fortresses with no lack of beyond grade as. Such a force is indeed very powerful. The other 2 consortiums and the 4 empires are all inferior to the Ghost Dragon Company. Not much, right? Ning Chi looked at Philo with a faint smile. Yes, Your Excellency. Philo hurriedly nodded. After a pause, he continued. Not long ago, the Ghost Dragon Company launched an attack on a planet called Xiandan. There were 3 immortal realm experts on that planet, and countless Holy Martial Realm and God Martial Realm experts. But the Ghost Dragon Company only sent an S-class battle fortress, which was enough to destroy that planet. The Ghost Dragon Company only sent an S-class battle fortress and captured the immortal martial realm experts alive. According to what you said, these cultivators are not a match for the Quinton Great World at all. Why are they still in a state of war after so many years? Ning Chi said indifferently. Philo was startled. He smiled awkwardly. I don't know either, Nuwa. Take off his armor and throw him into space. Ning Chi smiled. Yes. Nuwa moved and tore Philo's armor into pieces. Fear appeared on Philo's face as he hurriedly said, I'll speak. Actually, this is the decision of the elders, because the people of the Quinton Great World, even if we obtain your evil, cultivator techniques, we can't cultivate. This has always been the direction of our research. We've tried countless methods, but to no avail. Even if we improve our genes and even let our people mate with you cultivators, the result is that we can't procreate. So all these years, the Quinton Great World has been slowly looking for a way. If we exterminate you cultivators in one go, then we won't be able to solve the immortality. The secret, Philo whispered. Can't procreate? Ning Chi immediately thought of Yun Xiao. Could it be that the Yuan family had misunderstood? Or was Yun Xiao herself an extremely rare exception? Ning Chi already understood the Quinton Great World's goal. The other party seemed to be breeding cultivators. Otherwise, given the strength of the cultivators here, they would not be a match for the Quinton Great World's all-out attack. Actually, you guys are quite lucky. If any immortal passed by here, your Quinton Great World would be destroyed. Ning Chi looked at Philo with a faint smile, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. If an immortal passed by and found out that the cultivators here were being beaten up by mortals using external forces, he would most likely teach the Quinton Great World a lesson. Immortal? An existence even stronger than an immortal martial realm expert? Philo was slightly stunned. Then his eyes suddenly froze as he looked at Ning Chi. Your Excellency, don't tell me you're... Master, we've arrived at the Ghost Dragon Company. Nuwa's voice suddenly sounded. So fast? It hasn't even been a month. This. Philo stared at Nuwa, dumbfounded. He had spent more than 3 years setting off from the Ghost Dragon Company to the Martial Fire Planet. Nuwa's speed was actually 30 times faster than his? Even an S-grade battle fortress could not do that, right? Chapter 29:17. Looks like the stone stored by the Ghost Dragon Company is quite big. Otherwise, why would you be in such a hurry? Ning Chi snickered in his mind. The fake mountain in his sea of consciousness was obviously nurturing some kind of life. However, Ning Chi had no clue as to how it was born and how it was born. Now he just wanted to collect more stones and see if they could be useful to it. Philo looked at the planet not far away, and a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. He quietly walked toward Nuwa's control panel. However, when he was halfway there, he saw Nuwa suddenly staring at him with her big eyes. "What are you doing?" Nuwa smiled. "No, nothing." Pharaoh laughed awkwardly. "It's nothing. You can send a message and ask the people from the Ghost Dragon Company to come out and greet me. Since I'm here, I have to leave some traces. Otherwise, the Ghost Dragon Company will go to planet Shinwu to cause trouble." Ning-Chi turned around and smiled at Philo. Hearing this, Philo was stunned on the spot. A hint of struggle appeared in his eyes. From Ning-Chi's words, he could sense a trace of imperceptible killing intent. He already knew Ning-Chi's goal. However, if he did not inform Ghost Dragon Company, even if he escaped from Ning-Chi's hands, as long as Ghost Dragon, Duke, if the higher-ups of the company found out that he had come with Ning-Chi, they would not have a good time in the future. Are you joking?" Are you joking, sir?" Philo laughed dryly. I'm not joking. Inform them." Ning-Chi smiled. Seeing this, Nuwa immediately stepped aside and smiled at Philo. "Master asked you to inform him, so go ahead. Or should I do it for you?" No. I'll do it. Philo rushed to the control panel. If Nuwa notified them for him, then his crime of betraying the Ghost Dragon Company and joining the evil demons would be irreversible. After a series of actions, Philo quickly contacted the security department of the Ghost Dragon Company. The guard team was a small department under the security department. Buzz. The screen flashed and a face appeared. It was an old man in his 60s. He had a red beard, and his hair was as smooth as Taoist Jiao's. "Who are you? How do you know the communication signal of our Ghost Dragon Company's security department?" The old man looked coldly at Philo and glanced at Nvaiwa and Ning-Chi at the same time. Then he was slightly startled. The clothes on Nvaiwa and Ning-Chi were obviously something that only demons would wear. "Minister, I'm the captain of the 19th Squad of the Security Department's guards, Philo." Philo hurriedly said, "Oh." The old man was a little surprised. Then he glanced at Ning-Chi and the other man and asked indifferently, "Are they your captives?" "I'm their captive," Pharaoh said with some embarrassment. "You," the old man was stunned. If what Philo said was true, after these two demons captured the people of the Ghost Dragon Company, they let the other party contact him. Could it be that the two of them thought that a mere team captain could threaten the Ghost Dragon Company? If you want to exchange captives, you can contact the captain of your guard team. That's all. The old man sneered and was about to hang up. Seeing this, Philo hurriedly said, "Minister, wait a moment. We are currently not far from planet Spectral Dragon. These two actually have other motives for coming to the Ghost Dragon Company. I'm despicable. I have no choice." The old man, who was about to hang up, was startled. "You guys are not far from planet Spectral Dragon." "Yes." Philo hurriedly nodded. "Got it. Z." The image disappeared. Philo was shocked. Why did the other party hang up without waiting for him to explain himself? Damned bureaucrats. Philo cursed in his heart. Then he looked at Ning-Chi, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Your Excellency, it shouldn't be long before the guards' battle fortresses surround us, as expected." Not long after he said that, one battle fortress after another flew out of Planet Spectre. They were all A rank. The security chief must have found out about Pharaoh's background in this short period of time. Pharaoh was the captain of a B rank battle fortress. Since he was captured, he naturally had to kill him. Since he was captured, he naturally had to send the A-class battle fortresses over. Since he was captured, a total of 10 A-class battle fortresses directly surrounded Nuwa. At this time, the other party seemed to have received another message. With a Z sound, a face appeared on the screen. The other party went straight to the point. "You two devils, listen up. You have been surrounded by the guards of the Ghost Dragon Company. Please come out and surrender. Otherwise, We will give you the most tragic blow. Nuwa, destroy them. Nuwa, destroy them, Ning Chi calmly said. Yes, Nuwa did not treat these A-class battle fortresses as her own kind. She clearly knew that these battle fortresses only had intelligent terminals at most. It was impossible for them to have an existence like her. Therefore, when Ning Chi gave the order, she did not hesitate and opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. It was as if fireworks were set off in the universe. Under Nuwa's attack, the A-class battle fortresses were directly blown to ashes in less than a breath's time. The face on Nuwa's screen also disappeared. Although Philo was already prepared for this scene, he was still a little shocked. Along the way, he discovered that the internal structure of Nuwa was very similar to that of an A-class battle fortress. However, Nuwa's power was clearly far beyond that of an A-class battle fortress. It might have already reached S-class. If he knew that Nuwa's level was so high that even the strongest battle fortress of the Quinton Great World would not be able to defeat it, he would probably surrender to Ning Chi on the spot and no longer have the extravagant hope of returning to the Quinton Great World. On planet Spectral Dragon, after sending out 10 A-class battle fortresses, the security minister no longer paid attention to this matter. Suddenly, his most trusted subordinate barged into his office. What's going on? Coming in without knocking. You have no manners at all. The security minister said solemnly. When he spoke, the red beard on both sides swayed. Minister, the 10 A-class battle fortresses you just sent out have all been destroyed by the other party. What? Hearing this, the security minister's face showed a trace of shock. In such a short time, the other party had already destroyed 10 A-class battle fortresses of the Ghost Dragon Company? Send me the footage immediately. Yes. Not long after, the security minister's expression became even more solemn as he watched the footage of Nuwa destroying the 10 A-class battle fortresses. During this period of time, have any S-class battle fortresses been captured by the demons? He asked solemnly. As far as I know, our Ghost Dragon Company has never had any S-class battle fortresses captured by the demons. The subordinate said in a low voice. Chapter 2918. In the most heavily guarded building of the Ghost Dragon Company. This 1,000-story building had the unique logo of the Ghost Dragon Company hanging on it. On the highest floor, in a spacious office, more than a dozen projections were projected. Around the round table in the middle, more than a dozen figures appeared. One of them looked very young, but had a head full of silver hair. He sat in the middle seat. The Ghost Dragon Company was jointly controlled by more than a dozen families, and this silver-haired youth was the first heir of the purple gold flower family, Nolan, who held more than 51% of the shares. Everyone, have you heard? 2 demons have captured an S-class battle fort. They are now outside our planet, but we don't know what their purpose is. Nolan said lightly. Yes. Everyone nodded. These 2 demons are really bold. We'll send 10 S-grade battle fortresses to take them down. A fierce-looking old man sneered. He was the current patriarch of the coiled serpent family, Dominic, and also the father of Durando and Josiah. He had not received the news that his 2 sons had died. If it's just simple demons, we can naturally do so. Nolan smiled. Why, these 2 demons have extraordinary origins. Dominic frowned slightly. If we didn't intend to keep them in captivity, there would be no place for them in this starry sky. No matter how extraordinary their origins are, they can't be our opponents. Another clan leader said faintly, according to the information I received and analysis, these 2 people may not be from our starry sky. You also know that the universe is vast. Even if our Quinton Great World does our best, we can't explore the edge of the universe. In a very, very distant place, as far as I know, there's such a group of people. This group of people is extremely powerful. Even an S-rank battle fort is like trash in front of them. They can easily destroy it. Nolan's expression became more solemn. After a pause, he said, In a remote place, there's a planet called Shenwu. This is the planet they first appeared on. Not long ago, Josiah piloted a beyond grade A battle fortress to Shenwu, but was killed by a demon. With such strength and no scruples against the Ghost Dragon Company, they're definitely not the top group of demons. They're definitely not the top group of demons. They're deeply aware of how terrifying we are. What did you say? Dominic was shocked. Josiah is dead? Why didn't he know anything about this? We, the Purple Goldflower family, have some staff on every planet. Their duty is to convey news to the Purple Goldflower family. Dominique, not only did Josiah die, but even your good-for-nothing son, Durando, died on Shenwu planet. Nolan said calmly. The rest of the family patriarchs, who were also the directors of the Ghost Dragon Company, exchanged glances with each other with a solemn expression. Dominic was indeed worthy of being the leader of a clan. After receiving this news, apart from the initial shock, he immediately concealed his emotions. His face was expressionless, and no one knew what he was thinking. Thousands of years ago, the Council of Elders accidentally discovered a corpse. No matter what they did, even if they used their strongest techniques, they could not cut the corpse. From then on, the top families of the Quinton Great world joined forces to study this point. After thousands of years, they finally found a way to cut the corpse. However, the countless probes that we've sent out have also sent back some useful information. Nolan said calmly. Although the family patriarchs present were also directors of the Ghost Dragon Company, they were indeed not the top families of the Quinton Great world compared to the Purple Gold Flower family. They did not refute Nolan's words, but instead fell into deep thought. Have you confirmed that there are other civilizations in this universe besides the Quinton Great world and those demons? Dominic's expression was solemn. That's right. Although our probes have coincidentally lost their power and sent back very little information, we have confirmed that there is another race in this universe called the Celestial Race. Their strength is similar to that of the demons, but they are much, much stronger than the demons. Nolan said solemnly, Are you saying that there are two immortals in the War Fortress outside Spectral Dragon? Dominic asked. It's very likely, other than the Celestials. Do you think any other demons would dare to come to the headquarters of the Ghost Dragon Company? The top demons who claim to be in the Immortal Martial State have long suspected that the Quinton Great World did not use our full strength to welcome them. Nolan said, Tell me, you've said so much. What are your plans? Another board member said with a sullen face, I suggest that we use the strongest strength of the Ghost Dragon Company to directly destroy that battle fortress. Only then will we be absolutely safe. Nolan said, The strongest strength? The board members were all shocked. The Ghost Dragon Company had hundreds of S-class battle fortresses. Not counting the ones dispatched outside, the headquarters still had more than 80 and tens of thousands of A-class battle fortresses. If they were all used, such strength was enough to destroy a small empire in an instant. The energy consumption would also reach an extremely high level. Therefore, even if the Purple Gold Flower family controlled 51% of the Ghost Dragon Company, this decision could only be carried out if the rest of the board members agreed. Nolan, are you sure? Do you want to ask your father? Dominic said with a solemn face. My decision is my father's decision. Now, I just want to ask what everyone thinks. Nolan smiled. Nolan, if we use so many battle fortresses just to destroy a suspected S-class battle fortress, the instantaneous energy consumption will cost us no profit for the next 50 years. A board member said, What do you think the two demons came to the Ghost Dragon Company for? Nolan smiled faintly. Everyone was stunned. After a few breaths of silence, shock appeared in their eyes. What was the most valuable thing in the Ghost Dragon Company? The board building? S-class battle fortress? Wrong. The most valuable thing was the Quinton Stone that allowed the Ghost Dragon Company to develop into one of the top 3 financial groups in the Quinton Great World in the shortest time possible. You mean their goal is the Quinton Stone? Dominic said in shock. That's right. I've already received accurate information. The captured guard captain went to the Woolly Star because of the Quinton Stone. Not long after he was captured, the other party came to the headquarters of the Ghost Dragon Company. Their goal is self-evident. Nolan nodded solemnly. I agree with your suggestion. Chapter 2919. Nuwa. Philo, the Ghost Dragon Company's reaction is a bit slow. Can you point out to me where the Quinton Stone of the Ghost Dragon Company is hidden? Ning Chi smiled at Philo. Philo's expression stiffened and said with a sad face, Your Excellency, I really don't know. The Quinton Stone is such an important item. I'm afraid other than the head of the Department of Energy, the employees, and the board members, no one else knows where it is. After a pause, he secretly looked at Ning Chi's expression. It might not even be on planet Spectral Dragon. I'm sure of this. It's on planet Spectral Dragon. Ning Chi smiled. Philo was a bit surprised. How did Ning Chi confirm this? Could it be that this S-class battle fortress has the ability to detect the Quinton Stone? Give them another 5 minutes. If there's no response, I'll take it directly. Ning Chi smiled. Actually, Your Excellency, if you really want to take it, you don't have to wait for 5 minutes. Philo smiled awkwardly. If I don't give the Ghost Dragon Company time to react, how can I take it? Ning Chi looked at Philo and smiled. Philo was startled. He thought to himself that his guess was right. Ning Chi did not plan to take the Quinton Stone quietly from the beginning. He wanted to cause trouble. In less than 5 minutes, the battle fortress flew out of the spectral dragon star, covering the sky and covering the sun. Not only was Philo shocked, but even the captains in the battle fortresses and the people on Spectral Dragon Star were shocked to the core by this scene. This 80 S-class battle fortresses and those A-class battle fortresses, why are they all mobilized? Philo stared at the scene outside the window, dumbfounded. In almost an instant, Nuwa was surrounded by tens of thousands of battle fortresses. Countless pitch-black cannons were aimed at Nuwa. Oh my God! Tears almost flowed down Philo's face. He had never seen Planet Spectral Dragon mobilize so many battle fortresses at once, not to mention the amount of energy consumed. Just this decision might have been unanimously approved by all the higher-ups of the Ghost Dragon Company. If the Nuwa could not withstand it, then he and Ning Chi would be smashed into ashes, and not even a piece of him would be left. At this moment, Philo had completely abandoned the Ghost Dragon Company. He hoped that Ning Chi could win this battle. At the very least, he would be able to keep his life. On Ghost Dragon Star, many pairs of eyes stared at the scene in the sky in disbelief. However, they could only see the battle fort taking off. Once it left the atmosphere and entered the universe, they would no longer be able to see it with their naked eyes. Then they reacted very quickly. There were many screens on Spectral Dragon that would constantly monitor the universe. From these screens, they could see the universe. What was happening inside? Unbelievable. Don't tell me an empire is invading our Ghost Dragon Company. 80 S-class battle fortresses, and those tens of thousands of A-class battle fortresses. Why are they all mobilized? I seem to have noticed that their target is the other battle fort. Impossible! Why would our Ghost Dragon Company muster so many people for a battle fortress? Board of Directors building. Nolan and a dozen board members were sitting at the conference table. In the middle was a virtual projection that allowed them to clearly see the situation outside the universe. Even if they are stronger than those immortal martial realm fiends, under the simultaneous bombardment of our 10,000 cannons, they will undoubtedly die. Dominic smiled. Nolan, give the order. A board member said. MHM, attack. Nolan nodded and pressed a red button in front of him. Almost in an instant, all the battle fortresses received the order and launched the first salvo at the Nuwa. Every captain had a crazy smile on their faces. although they were confused as to why the Ghost Dragon Company's board would issue such a ridiculous order. They felt the pleasure of bullying the weak. In their minds, it was as if they were imagining the people inside the battle fortress. Astonishment, what kind of fear was this? Pale blue light was gathering on the pitch-black cannons. If they were to fire all at once, the energy consumed could be said to be enough to make any family feel heartache. Even these captains would feel heartache when they thought of this. Soon, the cannonballs were finished. Then, tens of thousands of cannons were fired at the Nuwa. Seeing this, Pharaoh subconsciously took a step back and covered his eyes with his hands. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. A few moments later, "Am I dead?" Pharaoh slowly put down his hands and opened his eyes. He looked around with a confused expression. Why does heaven look the same as that battle fortress? Pharaoh muttered to himself with a serious expression. Suddenly he saw two familiar figures. Wait a minute. Pharaoh got up in shock and quickly ran behind Ningchi and Nuwa. When he looked outside, he was shocked on the spot. The Nuwa was covered in a 360-degree protective barrier. The S-class and A-class battle fortresses' cannons were all blocked. The barrier was blocked, under the barrage of tens of thousands of cannons. The Nuwa did not even tremble a bit. "What's going on?" All of the captains were astonished. In the directors' building, the board members, led by Nolan, subconsciously gasped at this moment. They looked at the virtual image on the conference table in disbelief. The office was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Even the sound of breathing had disappeared. Impossible. What's the origin of that battle fortress? How can its protective barrier block such a terrifying attack from our Ghost Dragon Company? After a few breaths of time, Dominic slammed the table and stood up with his eyes wide open. His voice was even out of tune because he was too shocked and terrified. "Continue the attack." Nolan immediately let out a loud roar. His handsome face had also become somewhat hideous at this moment. Chapter 2920. Although it was a battle in space, the residents of Spectral Dragon Planet were in high spirits as tens of thousands of battle fortresses continued to attack. However, this didn't last long. Soon, shock, disbelief, doubt, confusion, and all sorts of other emotions emerged in everyone's mind. From their point of view, even a planet would be destroyed under these attacks. However, that battle fortress was able to withstand it with ease. What's going on? Should we continue? The board of directors hasn't given the next order. Continue. But if this goes on, our energy will run out. Damn it. What kind of battle fortress is that? Which company produced it? One after another, signals were transmitted between the battle fortresses. All the captains couldn't believe what they were seeing. Inside Nuwa, Pharaoh's thoughts became more and more active. He even suggested Ningchi to directly destroy all the battle fortresses without wasting too much energy. From this point of view, Pharaoh seemed to have completely straightened out his position. Energy? I'm not consuming energy. Nuwa's lips curled up. Nuwa was consuming the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This spiritual energy was endless and could even grow on its own. It wasn't like what Pharaoh had imagined. With Ghost Dragon Corporation's current level of attack, even if Nuwa stood still and let them attack for a few hundred years, it wouldn't be damaged at all. Nuwa, I don't think Ghost Dragon Corporation has any other trump cards. All the battle fortresses are here. Let's start our counterattack. Ningchi smiled. It was time to reel in the net. Yes, master. Nuwa smiled sweetly. Immediately afterward, 108 cannons extended from the Nuwa. The first round of volleys directly destroyed hundreds of war fortresses in the surroundings. The members of the board of directors and the residents of the Spectral Dragon Star were so shocked that their eyeballs almost dropped to the ground. Just how powerful was this battle fort? How could it destroy all the S-class battle forts and hundreds of A-class battle forts with just one round of fire? The captains couldn't stay calm anymore. When they realized that all the S-class battle fortresses were destroyed in an instant, they immediately contacted the board of directors. Attack! Attack! Nolan's expression was ferocious as he issued one order after another. If they did not continue fighting now, the Ghost Dragon Company would not even have the slightest chance today. Dominic and the other board members didn't stop Nolan either. They were all thinking the same thing. Boom! 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 The cannons of Niwa were like a piece of rag that was wiping the stains. Every round of bombardment would clear a large area of blank space. In less than 10 minutes, the tens of thousands of battle fortresses that had surrounded the Niwa were almost wiped out. Only dozens of battle fortresses were left. They completely ignored the order of the board of directors and fled to the spectral Dragon Star. They did not dare to fight anymore. Could it be that our Ghost Dragon Company, one of the top 3 financial groups in the Quinton Great World, is going to be destroyed today? All the residents of the spectral Dragon Star stopped what they were doing and stared at the screen in disbelief. On the screen, Niwa seemed to be smiling at them like a devil. An hour later, the Niwa landed on an open space in front of the Ghost Dragon Company. Almost all the senior executives of the Ghost Dragon Company, including the previous head of the security department, stood quietly and solemnly in front of the Niwa, as if they were prisoners waiting for the judge to pronounce their sentence. In less than a few hours, the huge Ghost Dragon Company had already been built. After being completely defeated, they naturally became the enemy's captives. However, the real bodies of Nolan and the other board members were not on the spectral Dragon Star. Hence, they had temporarily escaped and avoided the fate of becoming captives. The hatch opened. Everyone's gaze suddenly changed. When Ning-Chi and the other 2 walked out one after another, their gazes fell on Ning-Chi and Niwa. A trace of fear surged in their eyes. Sir Head, the Ghost Dragon Company was defeated this time because you didn't listen to me. Your arrogance has caused the Ghost Dragon Company to fail. Philo pointed at the head of the security department's nose and laughed gloatingly. The head of the security department, with a red mustache, turned extremely pale. He could feel countless gazes around him that seemed to want to tear him apart. Sir, they are now your captives. You can do whatever you want to the Ghost Dragon Company. Philo looked at Ning-Chi with a fawning look. Traitor! The senior executives of the Ghost Dragon Company stared at Philo and cursed in their hearts. However, a trace of undetectable envy flashed in the depths of their eyes. The senior executives of the Ghost Dragon Company are all here. Ning-Chi said faintly. Philo quickly explained. Other than the board members, the rest of the senior executives are already here. Of course, there are also some who are escaping in other directions. After all, the spectral Dragon Star was huge. There were also some senior executives in other places that were further away from Ning-Chi's group. After receiving the news, they must have already escaped. Ning-Chi didn't care about this at all. He had already achieved half of his goal. The next step was the Kuan-Ting stone. After landing, Ning-Chi could hear the heartbeat in his ears getting louder and louder. The emotions transmitted from the fake mountain became more and more anxious. The Kuan-Ting stone should be underground, right? Ning-Chi suddenly stomped his feet. At this time, the expression of a bearded middle-aged man standing not far from the security department's had changed. When he wanted to conceal it, Philo had already pointed at him and said, Sir, that is the head of the Ghost Dragon Company's energy department. He should know best where the Kuan-Ting stone is. Come here. Ning-Chi waved his hand. The other party walked in front of Ning-Chi with an ashen face. According to the war treaty, I have the right to not speak. Then I have the right to execute you. Ning-Chi smiled. Wait. A trace of panic flashed in the eyes of the head of the energy department. The Kuan-Ting stone is below. I will take you there. However, the Kuan-Ting stone has a very strong protection device. Without the password, we can't open it. If we force it open, it will easily detonate the Kuan-Ting stone. At that time we will all die. Take me to see." Ning Chi smiled. Not long after, Ning Chi's group of 3 came to a huge building. The head of the energy department gently pressed a button, and the steel floor on the ground opened layer by layer. After opening more than 100 layers, a faint golden metal armor was revealed below. As the rest of the senior executives of the Ghost Dragon Company were captives, they could only follow. After seeing this scene, they looked a little surprised. It seemed that they didn't expect the Kuan-Ting stone to be below this building. This metal armor is made of meteorites from outer space. Without the password, it can't be opened. Chapter 29-21. How big was this blue stone orb? Ning Chi could tell at a glance that it was at least 100 times bigger than the rockery. When the metal armor was torn apart, Ning Chi found that this blue stone orb was not like the rockery, which was breeding some kind of creature. It is so much bigger than the rockery, but there are no emotional fluctuations. It seems that whether or not it can breed a creature should not depend on its size, Ning Chi thought to himself. The head of the Department of Energy and other senior executives of the Ghost Dragon Company looked at the metal armor that Ning Chi had lifted up in the air. Their faces were pale and filled with despair. Without this layer of metal armor, their Quinton stone would inevitably be taken away. From then on, the Ghost Dragon Company would be removed from the top 3 consortiums, and each of their honor and disgrace was related to the Ghost Dragon Company. If the Ghost Dragon Company went bankrupt, even if they were alive, their status would plummet in the future, and they would no longer be able to live like before. Ning Chi's mind moved slightly, and the blue stone ball was immediately absorbed into a sea of consciousness. Then, like a starving ghost, the rockery pounced on the blue stone ball. The two were constantly blending, and it took less than 10 breaths of time for the rockery to swallow the blue stone ball. But the rockery was huge, and the rockery's size was small, and it had also skyrocketed countless times. Although the rockery had absorbed the stone orb that was countless times larger than it, its final volume did not exceed the stone orb. Burp! There seemed to be a burp in Ning Chi's ears. The ghost dragon star, which was originally shining in the starry sky, had lost all energy after Ning Chi took away the Quinton stone. All the lights were instantly extinguished, and the ghost dragon star had also become a lot dimmer. Fortunately, it was still daytime, and everyone could still see each other's faces in the faint light. It's over. All the senior executives of the Ghost Dragon Company looked at each other in despair. Let's go. Ning Chi smiled, turned around, and left with Niwa. Seeing this, Philo hurriedly followed. He no longer had the thought of leaving Ning Chi. The Ghost Dragon Company's Quinton stone was taken away, and it was equivalent to complete bankruptcy. If he left Ning Chi, he would definitely be chased by the remaining forces of the Ghost Dragon Company. They left just like that. The senior executives of the Ghost Dragon Company left the building and looked at Niwa flying into the universe. They were a little stunned. Were they not going to capture them as captives? Quick, activate the backup power and contact the board of directors. The head of the security department immediately looked at the head of the energy department with a ferocious expression. Everyone suddenly thought of one thing. After the Ghost Dragon Company lost the Quinton Stone, even if they wanted to leave Ghost Dragon Star, it would be very difficult. Fortunately, they were all senior executives of the company and had some backup energy on hand. They could also activate their communicators and contact the board of directors to see what they should do next. The head of the Department of Energy contacted the board of directors in front of everyone. After a long time, they finally got in touch with Dominic. Lord Dominic, the Quinton Stone of the Spectral Dragon Star has been stolen. Everyone looked excited. I understand. Dominic said tiredly, from today onwards, the Ghost Dragon Company will declare bankruptcy. Don't contact me anymore. After that, he turned off the communicator, leaving behind a large group of dumbfounded Ghost Dragon Company executives. Niwa, Pharaoh asked with an excited expression, Your Excellency, where are we going next? Elder Council? He felt that from the performance of the Nuwa just now, it was very likely that such a battle fortress could take down the entire Quinton world. Where are the other two consortiums? Ning Chi smiled. Pharaoh quickly reacted and said before Nuwa could speak, I know. Soon after, along with the news of the bankruptcy of the Ghost Dragon Company, the Quinton stone of the other two consortiums had also been stolen. This news spread like wildfire on the internet. The citizens of the countless empires of the Quinton world were shocked when they saw this news. At the same time, the hottest topic on the internet was that the devils had begun to fight back. The three top consortiums declared bankruptcy in a short period of time. While the rest of the companies were shocked, everyone felt insecure. Even the kings of the four empires issued orders to hide their Quinton stones in a place where no one could find them in a short period of time. However, they were still not fast enough. First, the Atlantis Empire's Quinton stone was stolen, followed by the other three empires. After this news was made public, the people of the four empires immediately fell into a state of despair. It was very likely that they would have to live a life without technology for a long time in the future. Some rich people could travel to other planets at will, but now they might have to go to the small garden behind their villas. He decided to take a stroll in the small garden behind his villa. Out of the 8 great factions of the Kuan-Ting world, 7 of their economic systems had collapsed in an instant. At this time, the empires that were weaker than the 8 great factions had arranged for a large number of troops to guard their Kuan-Ting stones. They had decided that no matter who came, they would fight to the death with the other party. At the same time, they had also recruited many refugees. However, most of these refugees were originally rich people from the 4 empires and the 3 top consortiums. Throughout the entire process, Philo had witnessed it from start to finish. His fear and terror towards Ning Chi had gradually turned into reverence and worship. Is that the Elder Council of the Kuan-Ting world up ahead? Ning Chi stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the distant star field. There seemed to be a building that looked like a space station. However, the size of the building was already equivalent to an ordinary planet. Yes, Your Excellency, that is the Quinton World's Elders Guild. Philo nodded. He could not help but look at the building with awe and reverence in his eyes. In the Quinton Great World, everyone knew that the Council of Elders was the spark of the Quinton Great World. The origin of every technology came from the Council of Elders, including the Quinton Stone. Even the Quinton Stone had been discovered by the Elders Guild first. Since then, the Elders Guild had been replaced by many generations. Only the leaders of the top 4 empires and 3 top consortiums would know who the members were and what they looked like. You've all been fooled. Ning Chi sneered. What? Philo was slightly taken aback and looked at Ning Chi in confusion. I'm afraid the Elders Guild has never been replaced before. Ning Chi smiled. Chapter 29-22. Pharaoh was shocked by Ning Chi's words and had a look of disbelief. Ning Chi smiled and said, I remember you said before, how many years has it been since the Kuan-Ting world developed? About 30,000 years. Philo quickly said, even cultivators can't live that long. Heaven Realm cultivators only have a lifespan of 300 years. Saint Realm cultivators have a lifespan of 800 years. Immortal Realm cultivators have a lifespan of 1,500 years. Of course, but human immortals can't live that long. Living for millions of years is like playing a game. Ning Chi said with a faint smile. Human immortal? Pharaoh was confused by this realm that he had never heard of before. Master, you said that the founder of the Elders Council is a human immortal? A human immortal from the mortal realm? Nuwa was also a little surprised. Yes. Ning Chi nodded. Nuwa did not hide its tracks. Not long after it stood in the void, an immortal boat flew out of the building. On the immortal boat stood 2 rows of people dressed in white robes. Even their heads were covered by hats, and their faces could not be seen clearly. Those are the Elders' Council's white-robed envoys. I didn't expect to see them with my own eyes today. Pharaoh's expression became excited when he saw them. The white-robed envoys are the deacons of the Elders' Council in charge of roaming the Kuan-Ting world. The Elders' Council's orders are conveyed by them. Niwa said to Ning Chi she could find some information about the white-robed envoys on the internet. And the envoys are never afraid of death. They don't wear any armor. Pharaoh said in admiration. Even an immortal martial realm expert is no match for them. They naturally don't need armor. Ning Chi said indifferently. The auras of the white-robed envoys were very dense, equivalent to Mahayana realm cultivators, and only a step away from human immortals. Why would they need armor? Although each of them could easily destroy all the factions in the Kuan-Ting world apart from the Elders' Council. What? The white-robed envoys are stronger than a mortal martial realm. Pharaoh gasped. Aren't the people of the Kuan-Ting world unable to cultivate? Why are they? That's because they were never people of the Kuan-Ting world from the start. Ning Chi said with a faint smile. To Philo, the Kuan-Ting Great World had developed for more than 30,000 years. This was an extremely terrifying number of years. Even the history of ancient China on Earth had not reached such a level. But for a human immortal, 30,000 years was probably just a few or dozens of sessions of cultivation retreat. In the eyes of the immortal realm, the amount of time he had spent on Kuan-Ting world was very short. It was so short that he might have just been passing by and stopped for a while. The ferry boat soon appeared in front of the Niwa. One of the white-robed envoys stepped forward, cupped his hands, and said, "The Grand Elder invites Your Excellency to enter the palace for a chat." Let's go. With a thought, Ning Chi put away the Niwa ship and landed on the ferry boat with Niwa and Philo. When the group of white-robed envoys saw this, their gazes that were hidden under their hoods seemed to land on Ning Chi at the same time, quietly sizing him up. After Ning Chi and the other two boarded the immortal boat, it turned around and flew back to the building in the distance. I boarded the Ark. Philo was extremely excited. His face, hidden under his armor, turned red. Not only had he boarded the legendary Ark that only the white-robed emissaries could ride, but he was also standing with so many white-robed emissaries. Anyone from the Kuan-Ting Great World would be as excited as he was. Even more so. Even the white-robed envoys invited him to board the Ark. It seems like his strength has really attracted the attention of the Elders' Council. After the excitement, Philo felt a little complicated and apprehensive. He did not know if the outcome of today's visit to the Elders' Council was good or bad. The Ark was very fast. Soon it approached the building. Just as Philo was about to board the Ark, the 20-odd white-robed envoys suddenly attacked Ning Chi and the other two. More accurately, their attacks were concentrated on Ning Chi. Boom! Just as the colorful spells were about to land on Ning Chi, an immortal spiritual barrier appeared around Ning Chi, enveloping him, Niwa, and Philo. As soon as the spell landed on the barrier, it instantly dissipated into thin air. What's going on? Philo turned pale with fright. From this moment onwards, he finally believed Ning Chi's words. So these white-robed envoys were really cultivators. This was enough to prove that the Elders' Council, which had controlled the Kuan-Ting Great World for tens of thousands of years, was the same species as the demons they were researching. After confirming this, Philo's face turned abnormally pale, and the faith in his heart shattered. The Kuan-Ting Great World had been fighting against the demons for so many years. If the people below knew that the Elders' Council, which had extraordinary status, was also made up of demons, they would definitely collapse on the spot. The white-robed envoys were shocked when they saw that their attacks could not harm Ning Chi. They subconsciously turned around and tried to escape. "Freeze," Ning Chi said indifferently. The next moment, the white-robed envoys who were about to escape all froze on the spot. A mere perfected human immortal dares to act so impudently in front of me? Are you tired of living? Ningqi looked at the building and said faintly. Just a few breaths after his voice fell, a figure flew out of the building in a panic and landed directly in front of Ningqi. He cupped his hands towards Ningqi and said, "Junior is young and ignorant. Please forgive me for offending Senior." This person looked very young. He looked like he was only 18 or 19 years old. However, the aura from his body made Philo feel immense pressure. Is it really the first-generation Grand Elder? How could it be? Philo almost fainted when he saw the young man's appearance. This was because he looked exactly like the first-generation Grand Elder who had first discovered the use of the Quinton Stone and founded the Elders' Council. There were statues of the first-generation Grand Elder everywhere in the Quinton Great World. Philo had memorized his appearance since he was young, so there was no way he would mistake him for someone else. "What's your name? Which immortal domain are you from?" Ningqi said indifferently. "Senior, I am Chu Bu'er, a cultivator from the vast star of the heavenly ancient immortal domain," Chu Bu'er said in a low voice. He did not show it on the surface, but he was extremely shocked in his heart. He did not expect Ningqi's strength to be so unfathomable. He did not expect to meet an immortal in such a remote place. One must know that when he was being chased by his enemies, he accidentally entered a crack in the void and ended up here. He could not find the way back to the immortal world. Vast star of the heavenly ancient immortal domain? Ningqi's eyes flashed with surprise. Chu Bu'er said in shock, "Senior, could it be that you are also?" "I've been to the vast star." Ningqi smiled faintly. Chapter 29-23. Hearing the conversation between Ningqi and Chu Bu'er, Pharaoh couldn't remain calm. No matter how stupid he was, he could tell that something was amiss. The first-generation Grand Elder actually called him Senior. Haren Star of the heavenly ancient immortal realm. Could it be that the news spread by the upper echelons of the Kuin Ting Great World is true? There's another civilization in a distant star field. The white-robed envoys nearby were frozen by Ningqi, but their ears weren't sealed, so they could hear the conversation between Ningqi and Chu Bu'er. The fear in their eyes intensified. They didn't know what would happen to them if they attacked such an existence. The heavenly ancient immortal realm should be very far from here. "You're just a peak-stage Xian immortal. How did you get here?" Ningqi said. Chu Bu'er hurriedly replied, "Reporting to Senior, Junior was fighting against an enemy of mine in the heavenly ancient immortal realms and accidentally entered a spatial tear. My luck was good, and I wasn't torn apart and was directly sent here. During these years, Junior has been searching for a way to return. Looks like you're a genius. How did you discover the use of those stones?" Ningqi said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Chu Bu'er was slightly startled, then said in a low voice, "Senior, actually when Junior first arrived here, Junior discovered battleship that had been damaged for God knows how many tens of thousands of years. So whether it was the technology of the Kuin Ting Great World or the use of the Kuin Ting Stone, they were all discovered by Chu Bu'er on that battleship. It could be said that the civilization of the Kuin Ting Great World didn't come from Chu Bu'er, but from that battleship left behind by some unknown civilization. Chu Bu'er was at most a torch-bearer, responsible for passing on the fire. After chatting for a while, Ningqi went straight to the point. "You should know why I'm here. Senior wants the Kuin Ting Stone? No problem. Other than the Elders' Council, the small empires and financial groups under the Kuin Ting Great World also have a lot of Kuin Ting Stone. Do you want Junior to get someone to get it?" Chu Bu'er said. "Go." Ningqi smiled and nodded. With a thought, the group of white-robed envoys found that they could move. Seeing this, Chu Bu'er immediately ordered the white-robed envoys. After they left, he brought Ningqi and the others into the Elders' Council shrine. Along the way, Pharaoh's emotions turned from excitement to conflict, then from conflict to excitement. No matter what, this was a place that the people of the Kuin Ting world had worshipped for countless years. Now that he had the opportunity to enter this place, He could die without regrets. Not long after, when Ning Chi saw the stone of Kuinting that Chubu Air was hiding, he was shocked. How was this a stone? This was clearly a small planet. Even if all the stones hidden by the 3 major financial groups and the 4 major empires were added together, they still wouldn't be able to compare to a single strand of hair on this one. Bang, bang, bang. His heart was beating more and more violently. With a thought, Ning Chi put the stone in front of him into his sea of consciousness. Then he stood still and observed the scene in his sea of consciousness. Seeing that Ning Chi was in deep thought, Chubu didn't dare to make a sound and obediently stood to the side. However, she was shocked at Ning Chi's cultivation. From this short period of contact, he was already sure that Ning Chi was at least a heaven immortal. To him, who was only at the full circle of the human immortal realm, he was already considered a senior among seniors. Back then, in the ancient heavenly realm, he didn't even have the right to speak to a heaven immortal. In Ning Chi's sea of consciousness, the fake mountain flew to the top of the giant stone and started to devour it. Although the devouring speed was fast, it couldn't be finished in a short period of time because the other party was too big. Ning Chi opened his eyes and said something to Chubu. Then he and Nuwa disappeared on the spot. Chubu looked at the empty space in front of him in shock. He didn't know where Ning Chi went. He wouldn't have left just like that, right? That's impossible. Since he wants these stones, he'll definitely stay here for a while. Chubu murmured to himself. If Ning Chi really left, it meant that he would have to stay in this ghost realm for tens of thousands of years. How could he bear it? With his talent, he could have broken through the bottleneck and become an Earth immortal back then. However, because he came to the ghost realm, the immortal chi here was extremely thin. Even after so many years, he could only barely maintain his cultivation base. He was even glad that he was only a human immortal. If he was an Earth immortal, he would have been trapped here with a grand Luo. If he was an Earth immortal, his cultivation would regress much faster than his. Top cultivation training ground. Sea of consciousness. Ning Chi had been paying attention to the situation of the fake mountain. As the days passed, the aura of the living being in the fake mountain became denser. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, the devouring process lasted for about 30 years. When the fake mountain had completely devoured Chubu Stone, its size had skyrocketed countless times. It was much bigger than the original sacred mountain essence. The aura of the living being inside even made Ning Chi shudder. It seems to be born. Ning Chi's eyes moved slightly. The aura of the fake mountain became unstable. It started to rise and fall. This cycle continued for a few days. Suddenly, a power that was countless times more terrifying than usual surged out from the prison's suppression gate. It was like a pillar of light that was injected into the fake mountain. Pieces of the fake mountain started to fall. This state lasted for about a few months. When all the fragments on the outside were gone, a round stone appeared in front of Ning Chi. Its surface was incomparably bright. Before Ning Chi could take a closer look, he heard an explosion from inside, and the round stone instantly exploded. Uft! Ning Chi spat out a mouthful of blood. Blood flowed out from his eyes, ears, and nostrils. This explosion almost shattered Ning Chi's sea of consciousness. Ning Chi's vision turned black. When he reacted, he didn't have time to look at the result of the explosion. He quickly adjusted his breathing and recovered. His sea of consciousness had been blown into a mess. 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, 20 years. Ning Chi spent a total of 20 years to repair the damage to his sea of consciousness. At this time, his eyes hadn't opened, but his eyelids moved slightly. Ning Chi felt an aura that was very close to him, almost touching his face. This aura was very majestic, almost the same as Emperor Bai's. Slowly, Ning Chi opened his eyes. What he saw was a hairy face and a mouth. Master, you're awake? Chapter 29-24. That's right. It's me. The monkey got closer to Ning Chi, and his face was almost touching Ning Chi's body. Ning Chi stood up subconsciously and took 2 steps back. He looked at the monkey seriously. "Why do you call me master?" "I don't know." The monkey shook his head and a look of doubt appeared in his eyes. "It seems like I have to call you that, so you must be my master." "Do you have any other memories?" Ning Chi frowned. Was this monkey really a great sage? If he wasn't a great sage, why would he be able to speak when he was born? He should have inherited a lot of memories, right? Memories. Let me think. The monkey's expression turned solemn and he frowned in deep thought. Then his eyes lit up. "I remember." "What did you remember?" Ning Chi asked in surprise. "I haven't eaten yet," the monkey said. Several hours later, Ning Chi looked at the monkey who was gorging himself and fell into deep thought. This monkey was reborn from the stone that the great sage had turned into. After the great sage had died, his primordial spirit might have been thrown into the reincarnation cycle of the infinite realms. Therefore, this monkey might not be the same monkey as the great sage. However, the stone that the great sage had turned into was no ordinary object. This monkey had just been born and he could already speak. His actions were no different from an 11 or 12-year-old boy. At the same time, he had the strength of an immortal monarch. He would probably be able to advance to the Dharch realm soon. As expected of the spirit of the secret realm, if he could absorb more stones, he might have reached the Dharch realm the moment he was born. Thinking of this, Ning Chi felt a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would have waited for Chu Buer's subordinates to collect the rest of the stones and feed the monkey all at once. Wait. Ning Chi thought of a key point. Monkeys are usually wild and hard to tame. If he discovers that my strength is much weaker than his, will he rebel? Back then, that monk also relied on the band-tightening mantra given by Guanyin Bodhisattva to be able to control that monkey grandson. Ning Chi's expression turned a little melancholic. "Master, why do you look unhappy? Do you want to eat?" Monkey's mouth was bulging from the hamburger, and at the same time he handed Ning Chi a vegetable leaf stained with salad dressing. Ning Chi reached out to take it and stuffed it into Monkey's mouth. He said seriously and sternly, "Don't be picky. You can eat meat, but you have to eat vegetables too." "Oh," Monkey swallowed the leaf with a pained expression. "Yes, that's it. In the future, remember to eat 70% of the vegetables and only 30% of the meat." Ning Chi nodded. He calculated in his heart. When the time was right, he would let the monkey become a vegetarian. This way, it would have a taming effect on its wild nature. "Master, this dish tastes terrible. Meat is still the best. What's this called again?" "Han Bao Bao. Is there any more?" "Give me some more." The monkey said. "I exchanged more than 1,000 hamburgers for you and you finished them? Remember, it's called a hamburger. It's not an ordinary thing. It's very rare. In this world, no one else has it except me." Ning Chi said solemnly. "Oh, I didn't know that hamburgers are so rare. Thank you, Master." Monkey was slightly stunned. Then he looked at Ning Chi, feeling touched. He bowed without a teacher. "You're worth teaching. You're worth teaching." Ning Chi reached out and patted his head a few times. He then said, "You don't have a name yet, right? I'll give you one." "Master, please bestow me a name." Monkey was pleasantly surprised. "You'll be called Sun Wukong from now on." Ning Chi smiled. "Sun Wukong? Sun Wukong?" Monkey's eyes suddenly lost focus as he mumbled to himself. "Did you remember something?" Ning Chi hurriedly said, "Master, this name sounds nice. I'll be called Sun Wukong from now on." Monkey clapped happily. Oh, Ning Chi nodded. He no longer hoped that this monkey could remember anything. This was good too. A monkey that was like a blank slate might have the aptitude of that great sage. Under his nurturing, he should be able to achieve something. At this moment, a gourd flew out from Ning Chi's consciousness sea. It rolled on the ground and turned into a fat baby. The small gourd looked at Wukong with some bewilderment and cried out, "Brother Monkey? Are you Brother Monkey?" He went forward and hugged Monkey excitedly. At the next moment, biffed, swoosh, the small gourd was kicked away by Monkey. It turned into a stream of light and disappeared from Ning Chi's and Wukong's vision. "Master, what's that thing?" Wukong seemed to be shocked and looked at Ning Chi with some lingering fear. "Gourd, a gourd spirit." Ning Chi was speechless. "Stop kicking him. He's very precious. He's a kind, connate, numinous treasure. If you break him, I'll suffer a huge loss." Before Ning Chi finished speaking, he saw the small gourd fly back and land behind Ning Chi. It grabbed Ning Chi's thigh with one hand and looked at Monkey in horror. "What the hell is this? He's not Brother Monkey? What exactly is he? Could it be that you didn't notice such a huge change in your consciousness, just now?" Ning Chi said. "Change? Is there a change? I don't know. I've been taking a nap." The small gourd shook its head. "All right, let me introduce you guys. Small gourd, Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, small gourd. You guys can be friends in the future." Ning Chi slapped his forehead speechlessly. "He's really not Brother Monkey? I thought he was the reincarnation of Brother Monkey. His aura is so similar. Since he's not Brother Monkey, I won't be friends with him. Not everyone can be friends with a connate numinous treasure." The small gourd shook its head. "Are you insulting me?" Wukong's reaction was not slow. He moved slightly and grabbed the small gourd in his hand. The small gourd looked at Ning Chi with its mouth agape. "He's stronger than me." Ning Chi's lips moved slightly as he sent a voice transmission. "Brother Monkey, you must be the reincarnation of Brother Monkey. From today onwards, I'll be your little brother again. Whatever you say, I won't say." The small gourd hugged Monkey's hand that was pinching its neck and said with sparkling eyes, "That's more like it." Wukong snorted and threw the small gourd on the ground. Then he smiled at Ning Chi shamelessly. "Master, I still feel a little hungry. That's all I can eat. I'm 80% full." Ning Chi shook his head. Seeing that, the small gourd turned into a stream of light and rushed into Ning Chi's consciousness again. He decided to continue taking a nap to calm himself. "Let's go. I'll bring you out of here." Ning Chi went forward and grabbed Wukong. Then, the two of them moved and disappeared on the spot. In the outside world, Chu Buer went forward excitedly. "Senior, I thought you had left." Chapter 29-25. What kind of monster is this? Chu Buer subconsciously roared. Seeing this, Wukong was about to slap him. Ning Chi quickly stopped him. "Wait. If this palm landed on Chu Buer, he would definitely die on the spot with his perfected human immortal realm cultivation. There would be no other outcome. Wukong, you must remember not to hit people so easily in the future." Ning Chi said in a serious tone. "Yes, master, I will remember that." Wukong nodded and then looked at Chu Buer. Master, can this fellow be eaten?" "No, you can't eat anything that looks like me in the future. No, you can't eat anything that walks on 2 feet." Ning Chi shouted. Seeing how serious Ning Chi was, the monkey was shocked and quickly nodded. "Master, I will remember that." Ning Chi snorted majestically, but he felt a lingering fear in his heart. He was thinking, what if this monkey flew into a rage and escaped first, or forcefully fought with the monkey? It seemed like he wouldn't be able to defeat it. "Chu Buer, when are you going to bring those stones over?" Ning Chi looked at Chu Buer and asked calmly. Chu Buer had been immersed in fear earlier. When Wukong attacked, he felt his legs go soft. That aura was simply too terrifying. In his life, Chu Buer had never felt such a terrifying aura. After Ning Chi spoke, he woke up from his fear. He looked at the monkey with lingering fear before cupping his hands towards Ning Chi. "Senior, it should be soon." All right, I will wait here for a while. Ning Chi nodded calmly. In the following period of time, Ning Chi taught the monkey what to do and what not to do in the outside world. The process seemed to be quite smooth. After all, the monkey had just been born and could be considered a blank slate. It didn't have many thoughts and listened to Ning Chi's teachings. Philo played with himself and strolled around the Elders' Guild Hall. As for Chu Bu, he stayed by Ning Chi's side as if he was afraid that Ning Chi would disappear again. At the same time, he was anxiously waiting for his subordinates. A year passed in the blink of an eye. The group of white-robed envoys finally returned one after another. Each of them brought a stone of Kuinting that was as big as a fake mountain. When the monkey saw these stones, it was as if it had gone mad. Without waiting for Ning Chi to speak, it had already rushed over, and bit by bit. In less than an hour, it had devoured all the Quinton stones that the white-robed envoys had brought back. It burped loudly. At the same time, Ning Chi also discovered that his aura was getting thicker and thicker, as if he was about to break through. Looks like these stones are great nourishment for him. If he eats more, it won't be long before he breaks through to the great emperor realm, right? Ning Chi looked at this scene with a sigh. When the monkey first came out of the rock, it was already a grand perfection immortal lord. Master, these stones are really delicious. Do you have more? Monkey ran to Ning Chi's side and said agitatedly. No more. Ning Chi said lightly. Oh, Monkey looked disappointed. There might be more in the future. Ning Chi laughed. Monkey immediately became excited, and a hint of yearning appeared in its eyes. It was as if it was imagining how it would look like in the future, gorging itself. Senior, are you planning to leave? Can you bring me along? Chu Bu looked at Ning Chi carefully with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. How about this? Don't leave for the time being. Stay here and help me collect those stones. I'll come back to see you after a period of time. Ning Chi smiled. Ah. Chu Bu felt like he was struck by lightning as he stared at Ning Chi with his mouth agape. Leaving him in this ghostly region to collect stones for him? I won't mistreat you. These earth spirit pills are enough for you. Ning Chi smiled and handed Chu Bu a Qian Kuan ring. Chu Bu subconsciously took a look and his body stiffened. He turned his neck with difficulty and looked at Ning Chi. Senior, these earth spirit pills are for me? Earth spirit pills were elixirs that only earth immortals needed to consume. Its effects were much stronger than the spirit jade pills that human immortals consumed. Chu Bu was at the bottleneck of advancing from human immortal to earth immortal. Earth spirit pills were too useful for him. Moreover, there were close to 50,000 earth spirit pills in this Qian Kuan ring. Pills, not to mention earth spirit pills. Chu Bu had never even seen 50,000 spirit jade pills before. He was instantly shocked by Ning Chi's generosity. How is it? Is it enough? Ning Chi smiled. Yes, yes. Chu Bu nodded. If he could consume earth spirit pills all the time, he was willing to stay in this ghostly region for the rest of his life. Deal with that guy as you see fit. I'll make a move first. Ning Chi smiled gently and tore through the air with Monkey. Seeing this, Chu Bu immediately instructed the white-robed envoys below, collect the Kuan-Ting stones for me. The more the better. I won't mistreat you. Give each of you one earth spirit pill. It might help you break through the bottleneck and advance to human immortal. As he spoke, he gave each white-robed envoy an earth spirit pill. When the white-robed envoys heard this, they looked at the elixirs that contained boundless immortal chi in their hands and became excited. They immediately nodded and left in all directions. With the earth spirit pills as a reward, their speed of collecting Kuan-Ting stones would definitely double the results with half the effort. Grand Elder, where's that person? Fei Luo suddenly ran over and looked around suspiciously. That person has already left. Oh, do you want to be the king? Chu Bu asked calmly. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and looked Fei Luo up and down. King, is that really possible? Fei Luo looked at Chu Bu, in disbelief. Planet Shenwu. When Jin Xuan and Venerable Jiao saw that Ning Qi had gone out and brought back a monkey, they were extremely shocked. The one who was the most shocked was Venerable Jiao. When he saw the monkey, he felt a terrifying pressure coming from him. It was not just a pressure from his cultivation, but mostly from his bloodline. Master, who is this? Venerable Jiao, asked Ning Qi carefully. Sun Wukong, my new disciple. Ning Qi smiled. Master, this guy doesn't walk on two legs. Can he be eaten? The monkey's eyes flashed as he suddenly pointed at Venerable Jiao. In his eyes, Venerable Jiao's shape-shifting technique had no effect at all. He could directly see Venerable Jiao's dragon body. Don't always think about eating. Ning Qi glared at the monkey, then looked at Yun Xiaoxiao, who was not far away. Miss Xiaoxiao, we have to go. These elixirs are helpful for your cultivation. You can try to eat some, but don't eat the whole one. Also, there shouldn't be any problems in the Kuan Ting world in a short period of time. There shouldn't be any problems in the short term. Chapter 29-26. Nuwa. The monkey wandered around in amazement, touching things here and there. Nvaiwa could only follow by his side and teach him what he could move and what he couldn't. Jin Xuan sat on a comfortable sofa and asked Ning Qi curiously, Big brother, where are we going next? Master, the Tiandao family must be hunting us. Why don't we stay on Shenwu planet? The scenery there is not bad, Taoist Jiao smiled. Ning Qi smiled. Are you guys afraid? With Wukong here, how can they catch us if they don't reach the Arch realm? Monkey's ears were very sharp. When he heard Ning Qi talking about him, he immediately ran over and said with a smile, Not bad, not bad. I can kill them with one punch. Wukong, you are being naughty again. Don't fight and kill for everything. You can only fight when I let you. Understand? Ning Qi looked at Monkey and lectured him. Yes, master. Monkey scratched his ears and cheeks. He felt that Ning Qi's words were too profound, but he concluded that listening to master was always the right thing to do. Very good. You can have these hamburgers. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. He extended his hand and exchanged a few thousand hamburgers from the dragon's slaying maul. Seeing this, Monkey's eyes lit up. Next, I'm going to a place. It's also a ghost domain, but it's my birthplace. You guys are in luck. Ning Qi smiled. He didn't see Wu Yin the last time he went back. This time he was going to find Wu Yin and give him the three-pointed, double-edged blade. He wanted to see if Wu Yin would suddenly transform. The statue of true Lord Erling that Patriarch Yu Qing formed with immortal Qi looked 99% similar to Wu Yin. Ning Qi felt that this might not be a coincidence. He could also avoid the limelight. Ever since what happened last time, Ning Qi felt that the Tiandao family should be everywhere in the celestial world. Moreover, he was undergoing tribulation now. He didn't know when the next Tai celestial tribulation would suddenly come, so it was better to keep a low profile during this period. Big Brother's birthplace? Jin Xuan was stunned for a moment before a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. Venerable Jiao's eyes moved slightly. He was extremely curious. In his opinion, Ning Qi's origin was very mysterious. He had only gone out for a trip, yet he had found a monkey with a cultivation comparable to a celestial lord and become his disciple. Just this point alone was enough to make Venerable Jiao admire Ning Qi. He had never heard of anyone in the celestial world who could take a celestial duke as a disciple with the cultivation of a profound immortal. Nuwa, how long will it take to get there? Ning Qi asked. Strings of data flashed across Nuwa's eyes. After a full 5 minutes, she said, Master, because we have to take a detour, it will take a longer time to return to the central mainland. It will take about 200 years. 200 years. Ning Qi was speechless. He really wanted to call King Qingguang over and ask him to send them directly to the central continent. We can reach it in 200 years, Ing Jinshuan was pleasantly surprised. Venerable Jiao couldn't help but nod. He felt that the timing was just right. It wouldn't take too long, at the top-notch training ground. Since the journey would take 200 years, Ning Qi had no reason to waste it. 1 year at the training ground was equivalent to 1 day in the outside world. 200 years was enough for Ning Qi to cultivate for 70,000 to 80,000 years. However, Ning Qi's confining dragon elephant art and 9 inner hidden gates had already reached completion. Ning Qi couldn't tell which was stronger between the 8-9 arcane art and the 8-9 arcane art. A few hundred years later, Ning Qi was originally cultivating the 4-spirit sacred art. He suddenly had an idea. He wanted to see if he could cultivate the 8-9 arcane art while cultivating the 4-spirit sacred art. That way, he would be able to make full use of his time. If it were an ordinary celestial, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. However, Ning Qi's train of thought was very jumpy. In other words, he was very confident in himself. He wasn't afraid of qi deviation at all. When he used the 4-spirit sacred art, he split half of his mind to use the 8-9 arcane art. At first, it was very jerky. When the 2 techniques collided in his meridians, Ning Qi would spit out a mouthful of blood. However, this small injury healed in the blink of an eye. It was nothing compared to qi deviation. Gradually, Ning Qi got used to vomiting. He didn't know when it started, but he realized that his control of the 2 cultivation methods had already reached a fine level. Even if the 2 cultivation methods encountered each other in his meridians, they would be able to clearly pass each other without interfering with each other. This way, Ning Qi had double the amount of time. After a few years, Ning Qi suddenly started using the confining dragon elephant art. The 2 techniques, which were originally clearly separated, collided again after Ning Qi used the confining dragon elephant art. Ning Qi went through a long period of vomiting. Eventually, he was able to use the 3 techniques at the same time without conflicting with each other. Over time, it seemed to become a muscle memory. Ning Qi didn't need to control it on his own. He could use the 3 techniques at the same time all the time. Why didn't I have this kind of talent before? Ning Qi opened his eyes a little surprised. Even if he did other things now, the techniques would automatically operate just like a hack. After thinking for a few breaths, Ning Qi gradually understood. His current aptitude and power of understanding were no longer comparable to ordinary people. This was because when he underwent the tribulation, the heavenly Tao sent a total of 13 immortal bone tribulations. After figuring this out, Ning Qi no longer cared about the situation in his body. He took out the 4 immortal banishing swords from his sea of consciousness and used the 9 hell tempering art to refine them again. His 9 hell tempering art was now at the 5th level, and the 4 immortal banishing swords had also reached the lower grade Tao artifact. It was already very difficult to improve. The further he went, the more difficult it would be to improve the 9 hell tempering art. When it reached the 6th level, the 4 immortal banishing swords might also be refined to the level of a mid-grade Tao artifact. When the immortal banishing sword formation was set up, its power would probably be able to kill a Grand Unity immortal. If it's upgraded to a high-grade Tao artifact, it can kill an immortal lord. If it's upgraded to a supreme grade Tao artifact, it can even kill an immortal emperor. If it's a Khanate numinous treasure, when Ning Qi thought of this, the strength in his hands increased. If he upgraded the 9 hell tempering art to the 9th level one day, then the 4 immortal banishing swords would likely return to the level of a Khanate numinous treasure. At that time, he might even be able to kill a 3rd step mighty figure. Chapter 29-27. Boom! The aura of the 4 celestial exterminating swords suddenly skyrocketed countless times. The brilliance on the surface circulated. A strange phenomenon appeared, lasted for a full 10 minutes before the strange phenomenon gradually disappeared. A mid-grade Tao artifact. The grade of the 4 immortal killing swords finally broke through from a low-grade Tao weapon to a middle-grade Tao weapon. Black's emotions became more and more obvious. He was happy and seemed to be grateful to Ningqi. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 6th stage of the 9 hell tempering art. The sound of the system notification rang out. Ningqi had a sense of accomplishment. In these tens of thousands of years, he had constantly refined the 4 immortal slaying swords and finally advanced the 9 hell tempering technique to the 6th level. In this way, his refining technique could be considered to be at the top level in the immortal realm. After the great war of immortals and demons, equipment refiners who could refine middle-grade Dao artifacts were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Especially since the immortal world was so vast, there were sometimes only a dozen or so equipment refiners in a huge immortal domain. Ningqi had already advanced to this level. In the future, when the 9 hell tempering technique was upgraded to the 7th level, he would be able to refine high-grade Dao artifacts. His equipment refining technique would at least be ranked in the top 5 in the celestial world. Immortal slaying sword formation set. He shouted softly. The 4 immortal killing swords immediately soared into the sky and set up the immortal killing sword formation. Even if a primordial unity genuine immortal came in, it would be difficult for him to leave. Originally, apart from the 3rd move of the Love Destroyer swordsmanship, Ningqi could only use the immortal slaying bout to fight with an early-stage primordial immortal. But later, he obtained the Taoist talisman, and because of the primordial immortal tribulation, his 8-9 mysteries advanced to the 2nd level. His physical strength soared, and when he changed into the form of a giant ape, he could already crush his opponents. A primordial unity, like Reverend Suppressing Dragon, and now with the immortal slaying sword formation. Ningqi had a total of 4 methods that could fight against a primordial unity. In the immortal realm, as long as he did not encounter an immortal lord, Ningqi did not care about other opponents. Steadily rising very good. Ningqi kept the 4 Zhuxian swords. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. He stood up and flicked the dust off his body. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before he could fight against an immortal emperor. With a slight movement of his body, Ningqi left the top-notch cultivation training ground and returned to Nuwa. When the monkey, who hadn't seen Ningqi for over 200 years, saw this, it immediately jumped over. Its eyes were filled with grief. "Why are you so sad? Did you lose your wife?" Ningqi was slightly startled and said, subconsciously, "Wife? I don't have a wife. Master, I haven't had hamburgers for 200 years. The food that Nuwa gave me was really not for a monkey to eat." Monkey couldn't keep up with Ningqi's thoughts. After being stunned for a moment, he immediately said, sorrowfully, as if he hadn't eaten hamburgers for 200 years. Venerable Jiao looked at Ningqi with lingering fear. "Master, can you give Brother Monkey some hamburgers? He seems to want to eat me." "Puchi," Ying Jinchuan, who was drinking water, almost spat it out. She smiled at Ningqi and said, "Big brother, Wukong bit spiritual master Jiao while he was sleeping. I was meditating in my room when an external force suddenly attacked me, almost causing me to go berserk." Taoist Jiao sighed. "It seems like you were very restless when I wasn't around." Ningqi cast an indifferent glance at Monkey. The monkey glared at Venerable Jiao, then looked at Ningqi. "Master, I was just dreaming that day. I dreamed that I was eating hamburgers." "Yes, hamburgers. I was dreaming. Don't blame me. That's why you broke through the 99 layers of defensive restrictions." Venerable Jiao said faintly, "It's your fault for having such a low cultivation level." Monkey glared at him. Damn it, he realized that this little snake was planning to snitch on him. Does he want Master to teach him a lesson? No way. All right, you have the strength of a celestial lord. Oh, I haven't seen you for more than 200 years, and I see that you are almost in celestial emperor. Can't you make hamburgers appear if you want to eat them? Ningqi sized up Monkey and felt somewhat helpless. He had secluded himself in the top-notch cultivation training ground for tens of thousands of years, and his 3 cultivation techniques had automatically activated. Yet The increase in his cultivation level was not as much as the monkey's 200 years of slacking and waiting for death. After all, the monkey was already a celestial lord at the peak celestial realm. However, he had increased a lot in the past 200 years. Ning Qi estimated that in another 300 to 500 years, the monkey would reach the celestial emperor realm. Speaking of which, the monkey was Ning Qi's trump card. With him around, he could try to return to the celestial realm soon. He wanted to see if he could go back to the Ji family's grotto heaven and steal the flying knife from the immortal slang gourd. Master, the hamburgers I made don't taste right. Monkey looked at Ning Qi anxiously. All right, here you go. Ning Qi waved his hand, and a small mountain of hamburgers piled up in front of him. They were still steaming hot. Monkey ate one hamburger at a time. At the same time, he said vaguely, Today, I want to eat 30,000 hamburgers every day. I don't mind being a little monkey. Niuwa said to Ning Qi, he has read some poetry books in the past few years. Oh, Ning Qi nodded. Reading poetry was good. It could cultivate one's mind and discipline him. However, what the hell was this monkey adapted? Niuwa, have we arrived? Ning Qi looked out of the window. Niuwa was still traveling in the universe. There were many stars in the pitch-black universe. He did not know which one was the central continent. According to the map, we will reach the central continent in about 10 days. We will need to jump 3 times. Niuwa said. Ning Qi nodded and smiled. He did not know how many years it had been since he went back. Would there be any changes in the central continent? Big Brother, is the strongest cultivator in your hometown a Xian immortal or a Tai? Ing Jinshuan asked curiously. Venerable Jiao also stretched his ears. Not a human immortal. Ning Qi smiled. Not a human immortal. Ing Jinshuan thought she had heard wrong. Venerable Jiao smiled and said, Master, you must be joking. How could a monster like Ning Qi appear in a place that was so far away from the celestial realm without a human immortal? That was too fake. I'm not joking. I'm just not a human immortal. Ning Qi smiled. The two of them were shocked. They could not believe it. Back then, I did not know that there were deities in this world who could do anything. I was always fighting with people in the lower levels of the Qi refinement realm to prevent them from killing me. Ning Qi said with a smile. Ning Qi said with a smile. There was a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. The days in the Qin Tang Empire were quite nostalgic. Chapter 29-28. Central Continent. The Yuan venerates who had been in seclusion all came out one by one because of a major event. Everyone gathered together and looked at the 6 figures in the middle. These 6 figures came from Fengcun Mountain. 3 were from the War God Hall. 2 were from the Wang family, and 1 was the current leader of the blood abyssal race Shizongguang. Leader Wang Yunhu, the central continent, is facing a great calamity this time. I wonder if you can contact the North Xian Immortal Lord? Only he can stop those ambitious people. A Yuan venerate from one of the 3 perilous realms looked at Wang Yunhu solemnly. However, Wang Yunhu didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Wang Hui. Wang Hui, did the North Xian Immortal Lord tell you how to contact him before he left? When everyone heard this, they immediately looked at Wang Hui with anticipation. Although Ning Qi hadn't caused much commotion when he returned, all the Yuan venerates present knew about it, especially Wang Hui. She was just a junior in the Wang family, but she had grown to become the most powerful being in the central continent in a short time because of the North Xian Immortal Lord's favor. Even the 3 from the War God Hall, Wang Yunhu and Shi Zongguang, weren't a match for Wang Hui. No. Wang Hui shook her head solemnly. Then what should we do? The other Yuan venerates looked at each other in disappointment. At the same time, intermittent explosions could be heard from outside, as if there were people fighting in the air. The other party might be from the legendary celestial continent. Our subordinates are no match for them at all. If this continues, the entire central continent will fall. Snake Zongguang spoke as he waved his hand. A moment later, a ball of light appeared before everyone. Within it, the scenes of the central continent could be seen. In every location, there were people fighting. The rulers of the 300 dynasties of the central continent were leading their subordinates to fight against the otherworldly existences. Sometimes they were even able to bully the enemy with numbers, but still weren't a match for the other party. Most of the territories of the central continent had fallen, except for the North Xian Immortal Palace. They were currently staying in the North Xian Immortal Palace, trying to come up with a solution. Leader Wang Yunhu, I heard that your cultivation ground was specially built by the North Xian Immortal Lord. It's very secretive. Why don't we go there together and give up on the central continent? This way, we can at least preserve our lives and have a chance to turn defeat into victory in the future. A Yuan venerate suddenly said, No. Wang Yunhu shook his head coldly. At this time, the deputy temple master of the god of war temple, Fang Zihan, who had the bloodline of the Fang family, also shook his head and said, Without the permission of the North Mystic Celestial Lord, no outsiders are allowed to enter the Fangtsuan Mountain. This is the sect rule and also the ancestral rule. Then what should we do? All of you have seen it for yourself. The enemy's immortal ark is still occupying the starry sky. No matter how many of their minions we kill, their manpower is still endless. Moreover, from the first battle a few years ago until now, not a single big shot from the enemy has appeared. A Yuan venerate said with an ugly expression, You bunch of ants, just give up. In the past few years, other than you, great ascension stage cultivators, there hasn't been a single mortal immortal. It seems like this planet is really a treasure without an owner. It's our luck to be able to find such a planet in the ghost realm. It means that the heavens are still looking out for us. Let's recuperate for a period of time, and then we'll fight our way back to the celestial world. A voice suddenly sounded in the hall. The Yuan venerate powerhouses present felt their blood boil upon hearing this voice. Their faces turned red, and they almost spat out a mouthful of blood. So powerful. It's not something we can deal with. There was a trace of fear in everyone's eyes. Suddenly, Fang Zihan and the other 3 Yuan venerates of the War God Hall, as well as Wang Yunhu and Snake Zongguang, suddenly disappeared. They had obviously fled back to Fangtsuan Mountain. Only Wang Hui did not leave and remained seated. Shameless. I can't believe that the North Mystic Celestial Lord has only been away for a few years, and his subordinates have already become so rotten. Are they not even going to guard the North Mystic Immortal Palace anymore? A Yuan venerate roared angrily. Miss Wang Hui, what should we do next? The other Yuan venerates looked at Wang Hui. They didn't have a way to enter the Fangtsuan Mountain, so they couldn't escape. They could only try to find a way to survive. Let's go. Wang Hui suddenly stood up and walked outside. There was a huge square in front of the North Mystic Immortal Palace. This was where Ning Qi ascended the throne and was called the North Mystic Celestial Lord. But now the square was filled with corpses. There was a fierce battle in the sky, and bodies fell from the sky from time to time. There were Creator Masters, Dharma characteristics, eternal life grades, and Fighting Dan grades among these corpses. Their opponents, on the other hand, were dressed in different attires. They seemed to be cultivators from different sections. In the sky, the ferry boat that had been floating in the sky had also appeared above the North Mystic Immortal Palace. There were 7 or 8 figures looking at Wang Hui and the others mockingly. Suddenly, another figure landed heavily in front of Wang Hui and the others. Uft! The dear sect perfected immortal spat out a mouthful of blood and stood up with difficulty. He looked at Wang Hui and the others and said, Yuan venerates the enemy is too strong. The dear sect celestial dynasty under his command had already been destroyed in the past few years. Figures fell one after another. Some were seriously injured, while others died on the spot. In less than a few minutes, there was no longer a single central mainland cultivator in the sky. I have already said that there is no need to be so cautious in such a ghostly place. There isn't even a single human immortal here, let alone an earth immortal. I have wasted so many of my puppets. You should know that we are different now. The materials for refining puppets are getting lesser and lesser. On the ferry boat, a cold and elegant woman sneered at the leader of the group. Puppets? Could it be that the beings that had swept through the central mainland in the past few years were all puppets? Were they fighting with puppets? Wang Hui and the others' expressions changed slightly. They couldn't believe it. In the past few years, there had been several terrifying beings that they had to work together to suppress, but they couldn't kill them. Could they also be puppets? Yuan Venerate level puppets? Wu Yan, your demon puppet sect has been destroyed. My cultivation is higher than yours now, so you should be more polite when you speak to me. The middle-aged man on the ferry boat said with a sullen face. Wu Yan snorted when she heard this. The sect that the middle-aged man belonged to was a second-rate sect in the profound Azure Mansion and was much weaker than the demon puppet sect. The demon puppet sect had a golden immortal, but that golden immortal was killed when the profound Azure Mansion was destroyed. The entire demon puppet sect could only flee. Chapter 29:29. Seeing Wu Yan shut her mouth, the middle-aged man smiled with satisfaction. Sometimes he felt that the profound Azure Mansion was not bad after the shuffling. Even though he didn't know if there were others who survived, at the very least he had the cultivation of a perfected heaven immortal. Now that he had become the leader of these people, it wouldn't take long for him to build another sect from scratch as long as he could take down this planet. As for the future, there was no chance for him to revive the profound Azure Mansion and take revenge for the profound Azure Mansion. Haha! I originally thought that the ghost domain was a place with thin spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. I didn't expect this planet to be so good. The spiritual energy contained on it is at least equivalent to a second-grade planet in the immortal world. If we set up a spiritual energy gathering formation, we can barely use it and we don't have to worry about it. The constraints of the other sections. The middle-aged man chuckled. He then cast his gaze at Wang Hui and the others. You bunch of ant-like indigenous beings. It's pretty good that you guys are able to hold out for so many years under our attacks. If you guys are willing to submit to me, I can spare your lives. Many Yuan venerates glanced at each other. Over the past few years, the other party had been fighting the moment they arrived and hadn't given them a chance to surrender. Now that they were about to win, they were actually giving them a chance. Some of them started to make plans and hesitated. Then, a few Yuan venerates stepped forward and got down on one knee before the middle-aged man. We are willing to submit. Wang Hui's expression did not change, as if she had already predicted this scene. On the square, the heavily injured cultivators who had yet to die could not help but feel hopeless. They had fought for many years because they did not want the central continent to fall into the hands of these fellows who had appeared out of nowhere. However, now that a Yuan venerate had surrendered, didn't this mean that their blood had been in vain? Did I bleed? That's right. A wise man submits to circumstances. What about you guys? The middle-aged man smiled faintly at Wang Hui and the other Yuan venerates who had yet to surrender. In his eyes, the cultivation of this group of people was nothing more than ants who were not even human immortals. If it were not for the fact that only 7 or 8 of them escaped this time and could not manage such a huge planet, this group of people was worthless in his eyes. They would not even have the chance to surrender. Once he nurtured enough people, he felt that it was necessary to completely eliminate these natives. Let's not surrender. Wang Hui smiled. He has guts, but people with guts usually end up in a miserable state. The middle-aged man smiled. Pausing for a moment, he continued, I heard that the biggest faction here is called the War God Temple? The sect seemed to be in some secret realm. I wonder where this mystic realm is. The few surrendered Yuan venerates subconsciously looked at Wang Hui when they saw this. The middle-aged man smiled. Looks like you are a cultivator from the War God Temple. How about this? I will give you a chance. If you are unwilling to surrender, that is fine. I can let you leave this place. However, you must hand over this pocket dimension. Wishful thinking. Wang Hui snorted coldly. If the North Mystic Celestial Emperor was here, you wouldn't dare to come here and act so arrogantly. North Mystic Celestial Lord. The middle-aged man was taken aback, and his expression changed. Then he sneered and said, Your North Mystic Celestial Emperor is quite good at naming things. He's not even a human deity, and he dares to call himself a Celestial Emperor? Even if he comes, I will make him kneel and beg for mercy. Brother Zhao, a celestial immortal on the ferry boat, couldn't help but ask, What are you doing? The middle-aged man frowned and looked at him. Look at that statue. Isn't it? The celestial immortal pointed at the statue in front of the North Mystic Immortal Palace. Everyone turned to look at the statue in unison. However, what they saw made them feel as if they had been struck by lightning, because the statue's appearance was exactly the same as Ning Qi's, and it was 90% similar to Ning Qi. The middle-aged man's face turned pale, and his body started to tremble. If he hadn't been rational enough to know that it was just a statue, he would have already driven the ferry boat away from this place. This is... The middle-aged man mumbled to himself. Yes, it looks exactly like that one. North Mystic Celestial Emperor. North Mystic Celestial Emperor. Did we barge into their lair? Wu Yan's eyes gradually showed a trace of fear. Who is the owner of this statue? The middle-aged man suddenly shouted at Wang Hui and the others as he pointed at the statue. Huh. Wang Hui's eyes flickered slightly. Not only did she notice something strange from the middle-aged man's expression, but she also noticed something strange from the expressions of the rest of the people. You guys know the North Mystic Celestial Emperor. Wang Hui suddenly burst out laughing. Bullsh *T. I don't even know him. What North Mystic Celestial Emperor? I have no idea who he is. Fine, if you don't want to surrender, I will massacre this place. The middle-aged man suddenly let out a furious roar. However, his eyes flickered with a hint of panic. He did not dare to stay on this planet any longer. But there was one thing he could do. Even if he massacred this place, he would be able to vent his anger. Brother Zhao, don't panic. If this place is really where Ning Beixian stayed, the fact that he was able to cultivate to an unfathomable level in such a short period of time at such a young age might have something to do with this place. Why don't we explore it? Wu Yan suddenly said. The rest of the people were still immersed in fear. They were startled after hearing Wu Yan's words. Before their eyes were filled with greed and surprise. That's right. If Ning Beixian was born in this ghostly realm, there must be something special about this planet that could nurture a monster like Ning Beixian. If they could find out the truth and benefit from it, they might even have a chance to become a golden immortal. The middle-aged man's expression changed a few times before he whispered, Will he come back? If it were you, would you return to a place with such thin spirit qi? Wu Yan smiled. The middle-aged man gradually calmed down. He then looked at Wang Hui and said coldly, Let me ask you, is the North Mystic Celestial Emperor you mentioned Ning Beixian? They really know the Celestial Emperor. Everyone's expression changed drastically. The Yuan venerates who had already surrendered felt a tinge of regret for some reason. Yes. Wang Hui raised her head and said, Humph. Your North Mystic Celestial Emperor has already died in the celestial realm. Do you think your backer will come back to help you? The middle-aged man was infuriated when he saw Wang Hui's expression. Ning Beixian could scare him. But what about these great vehicle cultivators? Impossible. Wang Hui's expression changed slightly. Nothing is impossible in the celestial realm. If Ning Beixian is dead, he is dead. Do you think he can crawl out from the ground and appear in front of us? The middle-aged man laughed nastily, and a trace of carefree feeling surged in his heart. Since he wasn't a match for Ning Chi, then he would bully Ning Chi's subordinates to vent his anger. I'm dead? Why didn't I know? A faint voice was heard beside the middle-aged man. The people below saw 4 figures suddenly appear on the ferry boat. One was bald, one was a woman, one was a monkey, and one was North Mystic Celestial Emperor. The people who had already fallen into despair were suddenly overjoyed. Chapter 29:30. The wind blew gently. The middle-aged man, Wu Yan, and the other sky immortal's hair swayed in the wind. Today was supposed to be a sunny day, and because they had conquered the central continent, they were supposed to be in a good mood. But now they were in a gloomy mood. Ning Beixian, the middle-aged man, opened his mouth with difficulty. It was as if he had used up all his strength to say those few words. He almost fell off the boat. Master, they're saying that you're dead for no reason at all. They're cursing you. Do you want me to eat them to vent your anger? Monkey said, even if they dug a grave for me, it is not a reason for you to eat people. If you want to eat people again, don't even think about eating hamburgers. Ning Chi said lightly. Yes, Monkey sighed in his heart. It seemed that his master was very smart. I accidentally heard your conversation. You said that I am dead? Ning Chi looked into the distance with a faint smile. He didn't even look at the middle-aged man. But the more he acted like this, the more fear the middle-aged man felt. Why? Why did Ning Beixian suddenly appear in this ghost realm? Why did he decide to attack today and not some time ago? Otherwise, they would have a chance to escape. Misunderstanding. I don't think it's a misunderstanding. You are the remnants of the profound Azure Mansion. Ning Chi said with a faint smile. No. Everyone hurriedly shook their heads like a rattle drum. They didn't believe that Ning Chi would remember them. As long as they didn't admit that they were the remnants of the profound Azure Mansion, they might still have a chance to live. Let's go down and talk. Ning Chi smiled. Without waiting for the crowd to react, Ning Chi kicked out lightly and crushed the immortal Arkansas. The middle-aged man's face flushed red as his mental state suffered a huge blow. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. After landing, the middle-aged man, Wu Yan, and the others acted like well-behaved students. They placed their hands on both sides of their thighs and respectfully bowed their heads, standing behind Ning Chi without saying a word. Wang Hui, the dear sect perfected immortal, the various great Yuan venerates, and the injured cultivators who were still breathing had strange expressions on their faces when they saw this scene. These fellows, who had been so arrogant just a moment ago, were now scared out of their wits upon seeing Ning Chi, ancestral patriarch Beixian. Wang Hui stepped forward and bowed to Ning Chi with a hint of joy in her eyes. Good. It has been a long time since we last met. Your cultivation base has already reached this level. You should not be too far away from the human immortal stage, right? Ning Chi smiled and nodded. It's all thanks to old ancestors' guidance. Otherwise, there wouldn't be Wang Hui today. Wang Hui sighed. She was no longer the naive little girl she once was. Over the years, because of the cultivation techniques and cultivation resources Ning Chi had given her, she had slowly made her way to where she was today. Even patriarchs like Wang Yunhu had to listen to her orders in Mount Inner Heart. It could be said that all of this was thanks to Ning Chi. The rest of the Yuan venerates also looked at Ning Chi excitedly. The few fellows who had surrendered had already stood up again when Ning Chi appeared, feeling a little guilty. You're too humble. If you're not talented enough, you wouldn't have been able to cultivate to this level, no matter how many things I gave you. Ning Chi chuckled, then looked around. His gaze swept over the injured cultivators, who were forcing themselves to their feet and looking at him excitedly. A moment later, Ning Chi gently waved his hand and streams of immortal chi entered the bodies of the injured. Their injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye in just a few breaths of time. There was even a trace of immortal chi left in their bodies, which would be of great help to their future cultivation. Thank you. North Mystic Immortal Emperor. Everyone knelt down excitedly. Tell me, how did you find my hometown? Ningqi looked at the middle-aged man with a faint smile. He didn't kill the middle-aged man immediately because he wanted to ask if the middle-aged man had come here by accident or if someone had leaked this place. If that was the case, he had to be prepared for the arrival of Jiang Yu and the others. Jiang Yu and Jiang Hao wouldn't dare go to the ancestral planet, but if they knew about the existence of the central mainland, they would definitely come here and use this place to threaten Ningqi. Senior, it's a misunderstanding. This is really a misunderstanding. The middle-aged man hurriedly explained. We came here with a few friends. We didn't know that this was your hometown. Otherwise, we wouldn't have dared to do anything. You just said that the North Mystic Patriarch was dead. You even boasted shamelessly that if the North Mystic Patriarch appeared, you would make him kneel to you. Wang Hui said faintly. The middle-aged man looked as if he had been struck by lightning. He looked at Ningqi in a daze and couldn't say anything else. Venerable Jiao, extract their souls and find out how they got here. Ningqi smiled faintly. All right. Venerable Jiao rubbed his big bald head and walked in front of the middle-aged man with a smile. Wu Yan and the others instinctively wanted to retreat, but they realized that they had been locked by a stream of immortal qi. No matter how they tried to activate the spiritual qi in their bodies, they couldn't move an inch. Then the crowd saw Taoist Jiao gently pat the middle-aged man's head, causing a dazed, godly soul to come out. Before the godly soul could react, Taoist Jiao held it tightly in his hand. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The divine soul screamed in fear. Boom! A ball of flame rose and burned the divine soul. The divine soul turned into white smoke and was sucked into Venerable Jiao's nostrils. In less than 3 breaths, the divine soul was completely burned. When Wu Yan and the others saw this, their faces turned pale with fear. The divine soul was gone. This meant that they had lost the chance to reincarnate. Master, they came here by coincidence, but Master guessed it correctly. They are indeed the remnants of the profound Azure Mansion. Venerable Jiao smiled. Senior, we are just insignificant characters. The profound Azure Mansion has already been destroyed. We never thought about taking revenge for the profound Azure Mansion. Senior, please treat us like a fart and let us go. Wu Yan quickly said, North Mystic Patriarch, this woman's puppet killed many of our cultivators. Wang Hui said. Wu Yan couldn't help but look at Wang Hui with hatred. Before she could even curse, she was killed by Venerable Jiao. Spare me, Ning Beixian, even if I become a ghost. Ah! Along with miserable screams, the culprits who had caused the Central Continent to be immersed in fear for the past few years were easily killed by Venerable Jiao. Every time one of them died, the Yuan Venerates would be frightened. They looked at Venerable Jiao with fear in their eyes. Chapter 29:31. Wang Hui had a strange look on her face when she heard Ning Qi's words. A Yuan Venerate who hadn't surrendered despite being threatened couldn't help but say, The North Mystic Celestial Lord, those people from Fengcun Mountain hid in Fengcun Mountain when they saw that the central mainland was about to be defeated. Ning Qi turned to look at Wang Hui. Wang Hui nodded. Let's go back to Fengcun Mountain first. You guys should be able to take care of the rest. Ning Qi said. Before anyone could react, Ning Qi and the others disappeared on the spot. Fortunately, the North Mystic Celestial Lord came back in time. A Yuan Venerate sighed. Fengcun Mountain, the monkey's expression changed as soon as he entered the place. He, who had always been impatient, became strangely quiet. He looked around as if he was trying to recall something. Wukong, what's wrong? Ning Qi smiled. Master, why do I feel like I've been here before? The monkey scratched his head and looked at Ning Qi in confusion. This is the disciple of the North Mystic Patriarch. Wang Hui was surprised. She hadn't expected Ning Qi to accept a beast as a disciple. Familiar, Ning Qi was taken aback. According to his understanding, the monkey had indeed learned martial arts from Patriarch Subhuti in the legendary Fengtsuan Mountain. However, this Fengtsuan Mountain was something that Ning Qi had exchanged from the system. If the monkey found it familiar, could it be the same mountain? Think carefully. Have you been here before? Ning Qi asked. The monkey racked his brains for a while before shaking his head. Master, I can't think of anything. This feeling is too strange. Ning Qi nodded without any change in his expression, as if sensing the appearance of Ning Qi and the others. Wang Yunhu and the others arrived one after another. They were shocked when they saw Ning Qi. North Mystic Patriarch? Wang Yunhu hurriedly bowed. Fang Zihan and the other Yuan venerates of War God Hall, as well as Snake Zongguang, also bowed in unison with a hint of shock and regret on their faces. Since Ning Qi had appeared, it meant that the matters in the outside world had definitely been resolved. Moreover, if they chose to hide in Fengtsuan Mountain and ignore the matters in the outside world, they would most likely be punished by Ning Qi. I've heard about your matter. You can step down from your position as the Wang clan's clan head. As for the War God Temple, I'll let Wang Shui pick a few people to temporarily replace you. Pack up your things. I don't want to see you guys at Fengtsuan Mountain tomorrow. Ning Qi said lightly. Wang Yunhu, Fang Zihan, and the others' expressions changed. Ancestral Patriarch Bei Xian. Wang Yunhu still wanted to explain, but Fang Zihan immediately nodded and said, Yes, Ancestor. Wang Yunhu instantly recalled Ning Qi's temper when he saw this, and he knew that if he spoke a few more words, then not only would he be skinned alive, he would also be kicked out of Mount Heart. Over the next few days, the disciples of Mount Heart were pleasantly surprised to learn that Ning Qi had returned once again. At the same time, they also learned about the personnel changes of the higher-ups. 5 Yuan venerates, including Wang Yunhu, had been chased out of Mount Heart by Ning Qi and deprived of the right to return. Many of them were already feeling a little sluggish, and they secretly warned themselves not to do anything that would tarnish Mount Heart's reputation. Otherwise, they would end up like Wang Yunhu and the others in the future. After that, Ning Qi stayed on Mount Heart for a period of time and asked Wang Hui to pick out some people who could be trained and personally teach them. The selected people immediately became the envy of the other disciples of Mount Heart. 10 days later, Ning Qi asked Venerable Jiao to be in charge of teaching them while he left Mount Heart with Ying Xuan and the monkey. That's strange. Where did Wu Yin go? Could he have gone to the immortal realm? That's a little troublesome. Ning Qi brought Ying Xuan and the monkey to the place where Wu Yin used to be, but he didn't see him. His sect was also gone. Ning Qi then searched the central mainland, but he couldn't find Wu Yin's aura. Then he went to the Green Dragon continent, the White Tiger continent, the Vermilion Bird continent, and the Black Tortoise continent. There was still no news of Wu Yin. Big brother, you seem to be looking for someone? Ying Xuan took a good look at the place where Ning Qi used to live. She admired Ning Qi even more. If she had been born in a place with such thin spirit energy, it would have been a problem for her to become a human immortal, let alone a perfected earth immortal. Yes, I'm looking for someone. Ning Qi nodded. A woman? Ying Xuan suddenly asked. A man? Ning Qi smiled. Forget it. I'm afraid this guy has already left this place. He has either gone to another star domain or the immortal realm. I'll take you to a place that can be considered my hometown. Ying Xuan's eyes lit up. She smiled and nodded. Sure. The Qin Tang Empire of the past had long been buried in history. Therefore, when Ning Qi, Ying Xuan, and Monkey suddenly discovered a new empire on top of the ruins, the empire's name was still Qin Tang, which surprised Ning Qi. Qin Tang Empire, capital city. Ning Qi and the other 2 walked on the busy road. From time to time, people would look at the monkey with strange eyes, whispering and pointing. After all, it was a little too avant-garde for the people of the Qin Tang Empire to walk in public. If it was in any of the 300 celestial dynasties in the central region, it wouldn't be an eyesore. Every time someone commented on the monkey's appearance and walking posture, the monkey would retaliate by baring its teeth at them. Those people who were whispering would immediately be shocked and leave while cursing. I heard that Emperor Ning's cultivation has broken through again and reached the eternal life realm. Now, all the surrounding countries have to pay tribute to the Qin Tang Empire. That's right. The stronger the Qin Tang Empire is, the more benefits it will bring to ordinary people like us. I heard that a long time ago, the Qin Tang Empire was very weak. Even the White Tiger Empire could stand on our head and shit on us. You're talking about the former Qin Tang Empire. We're now the new Qin Tang Empire. I also heard that Emperor Ning used to be a marquis of the former Qin Tang Empire. Ning Qi's brows furrowed slightly when he overheard their conversation. Emperor Ning? A marquis of the former Qin Tang Empire? Big brother, were you born here? Ing Jinxuan asked curiously. Sort of. Ning Qi nodded lightly. The former Qin Tang Empire had long been destroyed. As for the origin of the new Qin Tang Empire, it had successfully aroused Ning Qi's curiosity. Chapter 2932. Wukong bared his teeth and almost attacked, but was stopped by Ning Qi's glare. Wukong snorted and turned his head arrogantly, not even looking at the group of young masters. Interesting. Brother, how much is this monkey? I'll take it. The other party laughed. He's my disciple, not for sale. Ning Qi smiled. Little sister, Wukong, let's go. Not far ahead, Ning Qi saw a familiar building. This was the new Qin Tang. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be anything that Ning Qi was familiar with. However, the appearance of that building was exactly the same as the champion marquis's residence. Ning Qi planned to go and check it out. Wait, there's nothing that can't be sold. This is just a demonic beast. It's not like I can't afford it. The other party took a step forward and stopped Ning Qi. After sizing Ning Qi up, his eyes landed on Ing Jinxuan. Because Ning Qi had specially instructed Ing Jinxuan to hide her face, he saw a village-looking Ing Jinxuan. Her face was sallow, and his eyes revealed a look of disdain. He looked at Ning Qi again. Isn't that General Ouyang's son, Ouyang Changwei? Those passers-by are in trouble. If they know what's good for them and give the monkey to Ouyang Changwei, they might be able to leave the capital city in one piece. I heard that General Ouyang is already at the perfect Battle Dan realm. Ouyang Changwei is talented and is even better than the general. At such a young age, he is already at the Do Zun realm. Wait, that seems to be the strongest consecrator in the general's residence besides General Ouyang Lung Yi. Countless eyes landed on a middle-aged man beside Ouyang Changwei. The middle-aged man was very low-key. When he walked with Ouyang Changwei, he was half a step behind. If one didn't look closely, it would be hard to notice his existence. However, when everyone saw his face clearly, their expressions changed. The whispers of the people nearby naturally fell into Ouyang Changwei's ears. He looked at Ning Qi proudly and smiled. Come, name your price. Scram. Ning Qi said indifferently. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Was this guy crazy? The young masters who were with Ouyang Changwei looked at each other. After 3 to 5 breaths, they finally came to their senses. Brother Changwei, this person is really arrogant. Let me teach him a lesson. Don't steal my limelight. Leave this opportunity to me. I want him to know that in the capital of the Qin and Tang dynasties, he has to think before he speaks. All of you, shut up. Ouyang Changwei's expression suddenly turned cold. Once he spoke, the rest of the people immediately shut their mouths. They looked at Ning Qi with gloating eyes. What did you just say? Can you say that again? Ouyang Changwei looked at Ning Qi coldly. Master told you ants to scram. Are you deaf? The monkey said. Demonic beast, you have no right to speak here. Ouyang Changwei glanced at the monkey coldly before looking at Ningqi. Monkey was infuriated. He scratched his ears and cheeks as he looked at Ningqi. As long as Ningqi nodded, he would definitely beat the shit out of this guy. I told you to get lost. Ningqi smiled. All right. Ouyang Changwei was so angry that he laughed. He pointed at Ningqi and said, in the Qin and Tang dynasties, you're the first person who dares to speak to me like this. Even the princes in the palace wouldn't dare to tell me to get lost. The people nodded in their hearts. Ouyang Changwei was indeed not bragging. Because of General Ouyang, even the ordinary princes in the Qin and Tang dynasties would not dare to offend Ouyang Changwei. I'll give you a chance. Leave your tongue behind and crawl out of the capital. I'll spare your life. Ouyang Changwei smirked. Leave my tongue behind? That's pathetic. And you still have to crawl out of the capital? This place is dozens of miles away from the city gate. The passers-by looked at Ningqi with pity. To them, even a deity would not be able to save Ningqi. Ningqi looked at Ouyang Changwei calmly. He suddenly reached out to pick up his earwax and flicked it at Ouyang Changwei's head. Scram! Go to hell! Ouyang Changwei was instantly enraged. Qi refinement stage 7 gushed out of his body as he threw a punch at Ningqi. Slap! Ningqi casually swung his palm as if he was swatting a fly. However, Ouyang Changwei, who had the cultivation of a dozun, flipped a few times in the air and landed heavily on the ground. A stench immediately spread in all directions. A passerby pinched his nose as he looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Ouyang Changwei had sh*T on him with a single punch. Brother Changwei. Ouyang Changwei's group of friends were dumbfounded. Young master. Lung Yi, who had the cultivation of a middle-stage fighting dan, quickly pulled Ouyang Changwei up. He was relieved to see that Ouyang Changwei was still alive. This guy's cultivation is stronger than Ouyang Changwei's. No wonder he's so daring. Unfortunately, this is the Qin and Tang dynasties. This is the capital. As long as the consecrator takes action, this guy will definitely die. Maybe he won't be able to die so easily even if he wants to. What happened? Ouyang Changwei slowly regained consciousness. Immediately, he felt a warm sensation on his butt. Thinking back to what had happened, Ouyang Changwei's face became extremely pale. He shouted at Ningqi viciously, "Capture him alive! Capture him alive!" "Don't worry, young master." Lung Yi nodded his head. He then stood up and walked towards Ningqi. With every step he took, the aura on his body would increase greatly. When he arrived in front of Ningqi, the aura of a middle-stage fighting dan realm could be seen clearly. The passers-by could not withstand the aura and quickly retreated. In an instant, Ningqi's surroundings became empty. More and more people were attracted by the commotion and were rushing over. You shouldn't have chosen this place to attack. Lung Yi looked at Ningqi and said calmly, "Are you going to kneel, or should I ask you to kneel?" "You can kneel." Ningqi smiled. "What? Did I hear it wrong?" He asked consecrator Lung Yi to kneel. "This guy seems like he's really a lunatic." The crowd almost laughed out loud. However, before they could laugh, they saw Lung Yi slowly kneeling down with their mouths agape. Lung Yi's face was covered in cold sweat. No matter how he tried to mobilize the aura in his body, he could not stop his actions. It was as if his body did not belong to him and was completely out of his control. "Lung Yi, what are you doing?" Ouyang Changwei shouted in disbelief. Lung Yi wanted to reply, but he could not even open his mouth. At this moment, he realized that his young master might have offended someone that he could not afford to offend. "You can kneel too." Ningqi glanced at Ouyang Changwei. Chapter 2933. Lung Yi and Ouyang Changwei were kneeling side by side. The atmosphere around them suddenly froze. The crowd could not believe what they were seeing. How could the son of the great General Ouyang and the most powerful guest be so obedient and kneel down just like that. Even the dumbest person could tell that something was wrong. That must be some kind of demonic technique. Nonsense. I'm afraid that this senior's cultivation is even stronger than Lung Yi. Perhaps he's an immortal stage cultivator just like Emperor Ning. Immortal stage? Does that mean that Ouyang Changwei is in trouble this time? Not necessarily. General Ouyang is Emperor Ning's #1 confidant. If this person leaves just like that, he might still be fine. However, if he continues to stay here, the army will come soon, and Emperor Ning might even take action himself. The passers-by discussed in hushed voices. Ouyang Changwei's friends looked at Ouyang Changwei and Lung Yi in fear. They then looked at Ning Qi, not knowing what to do. Even though they had 1,000 threats in their mouths, none of them dared to utter a single word. They were afraid that they would end up like the two of them. That would be too embarrassing. This is too embarrassing. And you guys kneel down as well. Ning Qi suddenly smiled at the group of people. The group of people was shocked. Immediately after, they understood what Ouyang Changwei and Lung Wan were feeling. As if they could not control their bodies, they walked to the two of them and knelt down beside them. The huge street was almost cut in half by the group of people. Carriages and the like were everywhere. If the pedestrians wanted to go through, they would have to go through the two sides. After doing all that, Ning Qi walked forward slowly. Ying Jinxuan followed behind him with a smile on her face. As for the monkey, it ran in front of Ouyang Changwei and the others, baring its teeth and mocking them. Ouyang Changwei was so angry that he almost fainted. The crowd watched as Ning Qi and the two of them left. No one dared to follow them. They just stood there and pointed at Ouyang Changwei and the others. "Child Changwei, are you all right?" A passerby took a step forward and asked with a fawning smile. Ouyang Changwei did not say anything. All he could do was use his eyes to signal to the passerby. The passerby hurriedly said, "I understand." After saying that, he extended his hand to help Ouyang Changwei up. However, as soon as his fingertip touched Ouyang Changwei's shoulder, his expression changed. He became stupefied. He knelt before Ouyang Changwei just like that. The two of them stared at each other. Not good. It's really a demonic spell. As long as you touch them, you'll be infected and kneel here together. Are Ouyang Changwei and the others going to kneel for the rest of their lives? Kneel until death? This is too terrifying. Has anyone gone to General Ouyang's residence to inform him? Someone has already gone there. Ning Qi stopped in front of a courtyard. The appearance of this courtyard was exactly the same as the original Champion Marquis Mansion. Ning Qi had also checked the internal layout with his divine thought. However, the people who lived in this courtyard were not the former disciples of the Champion Marquis Mansion. The gate of the courtyard suddenly opened, and a woman with a face like a peach blossom came out flirting with a man. After sending the man away, the woman's eyes slightly paused, looked at Ning Qi, and suddenly said with a smile, "Young master, would you like to come to our spring wind courtyard for a drink?" "Big brother, this is a brothel." Ying Jinxuan looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. Did her big brother have such a hobby? She could not help but hesitate. Should she speak up to persuade him? Should she remind her sisters-in-law when they returned to the ancestral star in the future? Ning Qi ignored the woman. Seeing that, the prostitute snorted and swaggered into the courtyard with an arrogant look on her face. The gate closed with a bang. Ning Qi's gaze fell on the neighboring courtyard that was closely connected. The entrance and the layout of the courtyard were similar to that of the dragon-slaying Marquis residence. From time to time, he could hear the sounds of laughter coming from inside. Apparently, it was also a brothel. "Master, the people inside are so strange." Monkey could not help but say, "What are they doing naked together?" "Wukong, don't look with your divine thought." Ying Jinxuan immediately shouted. "Yes, martial ant." Monkey pouted. "Interesting." Ning Qi smiled. To know the layout of the Champion Marquis Mansion and the Dragon Slayer Marquis Mansion and rebuild them into two brothels. It meant that the two courtyards were built by someone from the Qin Tang Empire. Moreover, that person had a grudge against Ning Qi and the Champion Marquis Mansion. Many years later, even the Qin Tang Empire was destroyed and a new Qin Tang Empire was built to vent his anger on these two courtyards. So who could it be? Emperor Ning, on the other side, a brawny man who was 9 feet tall, brought a large group of people with him. Soon he appeared in front of Ouyang Changwei and the others. When the brawny man saw Ouyang Changwei and Lung Yi kneeling on the ground, his expression changed. He calmly asked the people around him what was going on. When Ouyang Changwei saw the strong man, his eyes were filled with anxiety. He looked at him as if he was asking for help. Lung Yi seemed a little ashamed. "General, I'm afraid they are not friendly." A person beside the strong man whose aura was weaker than Lung Yi, but was also in the early stage of the battle Dan realm, said in a low voice. When the passers-by saw the strong man, they were excited. This was the founding general, Divine General Ouyang. Normally, they would never have the chance to see Divine General Ouyang in person. Many ordinary people who had lived in Qin Tang Empire for more than 10 years didn't even know what Divine General Ouyang looked like. Today, they could finally see his face. They were excited because they knew that there was going to be a good show. A good show was about to start. Don't act rashly. Bring Changwei and the others away. Divine General Ouyang snorted and said indifferently. When the early stage battle Dan realm saw this, he nodded and extended his hand to grab Ouyang Changwei. At this moment, a passerby quickly reminded, "Don't!" The reminder was too slow. The early stage battle Dan realm had already touched Ouyang Changwei. Then, like the previous passerby, he turned over and knelt on the ground. His eyes were filled with shock. He couldn't speak and could only look at Divine General Ouyang in fear. The guards that Divine General Ouyang brought looked at each other in shock. What kind of trick was this? Not only Lung Yi, the great consecrator, knelt on the ground, but even the second-ranked consecrator of the general's mansion was kneeling beside Ouyang Changwei. Chapter 2934. Everyone knew that there was going to be a good show to watch. They also wanted to see Divine General Ouyang's methods, so they hurriedly followed him. A large group of people rushed in the direction where Ning Qi and the other two had left. Not long after, they found Ning Qi and the other two. When they saw where the 3 of them were, they suddenly looked a little surprised. It was strange. Could it be that this person came to the capital to drink wine with women? Don't tell me that such an existence has also taken a fancy to those ruined flowers in these 2 courtyards? Strange, strange. Perhaps the senior experts always have some unknown hobbies. The whispers of the crowd fell into Ang Jinchuan's ears, causing her to frown. Just as she was about to flare up, Divine General Ouyang stepped forward and cupped his hands towards Ning Qi. "I am Divine General Ouyang. May I know who you are, and why are you making things difficult for my son?" Ning Qi didn't even turn his head. "Who ordered these 2 courtyards to be built?" Divine General Ouyang was slightly startled. Even the guards who were following him were confused. They were talking about Ouyang Changwei and the others. Why did the man suddenly bring up the 2 courtyards? Was there something strange about these 2 courtyards? Only Divine General Ouyang's expression changed when he heard Ning Qi's words. He stared at Ning Qi's back with a grave expression. "What do you mean by that? I don't really understand. Could it be that these 2 ordinary small courtyards can arouse your curiosity?" Divine General Ouyang said solemnly. "What's the full name of Emperor Ning?" Ning Qi said lightly. "How dare you?" Divine General Ouyang's guard was the first to berate him, his eyes flashing with anger. The passers-by also felt that Ning Qi was really audacious. Not only did he offend the general's mansion, he even dared to ask for Emperor Ning's full name. "If you can't answer these 2 questions, then you and your son will kneel over there until you die," Ning Qi said lightly. "Aren't you going too far? If there's anything wrong with my son, I'll bring him home and teach him personally." With your cultivation, there's no need to make such a big deal out of such a small matter, right? Divine General Ouyang snorted coldly. As he spoke, many experts rushed over from the palace. At the same time, giant crossbows appeared on the tall buildings nearby, all aimed at Ningqi. These divine crossbows exuded an unusual aura. Obviously, they were not ordinary crossbow bolts. Even an eternal life realm existence would be in a difficult situation if they were shot by these divine crossbows. You're stalling for time, thinking that you can surround and kill me? Ningqi smiled and turned around to look at Divine General Ouyang. When Divine General Ouyang saw Ningqi's face, he revealed a look of disbelief. In the next moment, a series of loud explosions could be heard. The divine crossbows had already exploded and turned into nothingness. At the same time, the soldiers controlling the divine crossbows also screamed and fell to the ground, dead on the spot. You kneel, Ningqi said lightly. Divine General Ouyang was alarmed. The next moment, he found that he couldn't control his limbs. He obediently knelt in front of Ningqi. Great General! The guards brought by Divine General Ouyang were dumbfounded. Before they could react, they also knelt on the ground. The passers-by, who had wanted to watch the fun, all gasped when they saw this. They felt a cold air rush up from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. They looked at Ningqi again. When they looked at Ningqi again, their eyes were filled with deep fear. Tell me, who ordered the construction of these 2 courtyards? Ningqi said lightly. Perhaps it was because the commotion outside was too loud, but the people in the courtyard finally reacted. The 2 tightly connected courtyard gates suddenly opened, and one figure after another came to the courtyard gates, looking out anxiously. There were women and men in disheveled clothes. Divine General Ouyang found that his mouth could still move. A trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes. He whispered, "These 2 courtyards were built under Emperor Ning's order." Emperor Ning's full name, Ningqi said lightly. Ningyan, Divine General Ouyang said. Ningyan, he has the same surname as Big Brother. Jinxuan secretly felt a little strange. Ningyan, that good-for-nothing guy, he actually managed to get out of there. Then Ning Hongtian and Nangongyu must have also escaped from that stone. Ningqi smiled, very happily. The 3 people that he had almost forgotten appeared in his sight again. A long, long time ago, he had extracted the souls of Ning Hongtian, his wife, and Ningyan with a secret method and put them into a stone, making them suffer the torture of loneliness for countless years. Unexpectedly, Ningyan had escaped and rebuilt the new Qin and Tang dynasties. Based on his memory, he created the former mansion of Marquis Champion and Dragon Slaying. Using the Marquis's mansion as a place to vent his anger was indeed his doing. It's really you. It's really you. After hearing Ningqi's words, Divine General Ouyang couldn't help but murmur to himself in shock. You know me? Ningqi smiled. You're the former Marquis of Qin and Tang, Emperor Ning's most hated enemy in his life. I can't believe you're still alive after so many years, but I've already informed Emperor Ning. He'll be here soon. By then, I'm afraid you'll die. Divine General Ouyang grinned hideously. Marquis of Dragon Slayer? The expressions of many passers-by changed slightly. These passers-by were all quite old, and they had read a few ancient records when they were young. It mentioned that during the golden age of the Qin and Tang dynasties, there was a marquis called the Dragon Slayer Marquis. He was extremely powerful, and with his help, the Qin and Tang dynasties entered their golden age. But how many years ago was that? Even the former Qin and Tang had been annihilated in the wheel of history. How could the Marquis of Dragon Slayer still be alive? Oh, you've informed Ningyan. Very good. I'll wait for him here. Ningqi smiled. After a pause, he said, There's something you didn't answer me just now. Are Ning Hongtian and Nangongyu are still alive? The old great emperor and empress dowager are in seclusion, but they're already Transcendence Realm cultivators. Marquis of Dragon Slayer, are you afraid? Divine General Ouyang couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, it was as if the person kneeling down was not him, but Ning Qi. He looked as if he had already won the battle. At this moment, a figure flew over from afar. In the blink of an eye, he appeared above the crowd. When the crowd saw the face of the figure, they all knelt down on the ground excitedly. Greetings, Emperor Ning. Long live the Emperor. Greetings, Emperor Ning. Long live the Emperor. Chapter 2935. Ning Yan, long time no see. Ning Qi looked at the figure and said with some emotion, Ning Qi, I can't believe you're still alive. Ha ha ha, God has opened my eyes. I can finally kill my enemy with my own hands. Ning Yan, who was wearing a dragon robe, already had the marks of time on his face. He looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s. He looked at Ning Qi with a ferocious smile, and his eyes sparkled with surprise. I'm curious, how did you get out of that stone? Ning Qi smiled. He really knows Ning Huang. Looks like he's from Ning Huang's generation. The legend of the Dragon Slayer Marquis should be true. There were rumors that Ning Huang was the genius of the former Qin and Tang dynasties. Now that he knows this person, he should be the Dragon Slayer Marquis. Many people were shocked. At the same time, the way they looked at Ning Qi also changed greatly. Ning Qi's words seemed to make Ning Yan recall the past that he could not bear to recall. His expression changed several times before he finally calmed down. In the beginning, you trapped me in the rock and thought that I would be tortured for the rest of my life. But you would never have thought that a Transcendence Realm cultivator would find us and save us from the rock. He even helped us reconstruct our bodies and taught us cultivation techniques. Unfortunately, not long after, he went mad and died. But because of this, my family of 3 regained our freedom. Ning Qi, you should have killed us back then. Unfortunately, you were too arrogant and gave my family of 3 a chance. Don't worry, I won't kill you now. When my parents come out of seclusion, the 3 of us will kill you personally. When my parents come out, the 3 of us will personally cut off your flesh piece by piece. Only then can we vent our hatred. Ning Yan grinned. Oh, it seems like you really hate me. Ning Qi smiled. Seeing Ning Qi's nonchalant smile, Ning Yan couldn't maintain his disguise anymore. He cursed Ning Qi crazily. The crowd below seemed to have never seen their Emperor Ning lose his composure like this. Their faces were filled with astonishment. From Ning Yan's curses, they could feel that his hatred towards Ning Qi had reached a point that even a flood could not wash away. Big brother, who is this person? Ing Jinchuan asked softly. Ning Qi smiled and said, When my mother gave birth to me, she had something important to do and left, so I was adopted by someone. In name, this person is my big brother. Is that so? Ing Jinchuan's expression became even weirder. Ning Qi was already a perfected profound immortal, and he could even easily kill a primordial immortal. He had made a name for himself in the immortal world. Yet this so-called big brother Ning Qi thought that she could kill Ning Qi and take revenge. In reality, Ing Jinchuan's strength was no different from that of an ant. If she were to find out the truth, wouldn't she be so angry that she would vomit blood and die? One figure after another came out of the palace and appeared behind Emperor Ning. These people were exuding the aura of Dodan realm. A few of them were eternal life realm like Ning Yan. They stood behind Ning Yan and listened to Ning Yan cursing Ning Qi. They were curious and sneered at the same time. Ning Qi looked over. After seeing those eternal life realm cultivators, Ning Qi already believed divine General Ouyang's words. It seemed that Ning Hongtian and Nan Gongyu had a fortuitous encounter and were really Transcendence realm cultivators. Otherwise, how could Ning Yan, who was only at the early stage of eternal life realm, suppress these eternal life realm cultivators in the late stage? Ning Qi, do you recognize these 2 mansions? Ha ha ha. They used to be the champion Marquis Mansion and the Dragon Slayer Marquis Mansion. Now they are brothels. Ning Yan laughed. Childish. Ning Qi smiled. Childish? Ning Yan seemed to be crazy. He pointed at Ning Qi and laughed. You must be very angry in your heart, but you can't do anything to me. With your talent, you are at most an eternal life realm cultivator. When my parents appear, you will know how terrifying a transcendence realm cultivator is. This person turned out to be the Dragon Slayer Marquis. Even divine General Ouyang was forced to kneel. It seems that he has some skills. Several eternal life realm cultivators behind Ning Yan looked at each other. Ning Qi was no stranger to them. From time to time, they would hear one or two sentences about Ning Qi from Ning Yan's mouth, but most of them were curses. Therefore, from the day they were recruited by Ning Hongtian, they knew that this family of three had one. Ning Qi, but he had been missing for many years, and there was no trace of him. Emperor Ning, why don't we suppress this boy first? A cultivator at the late stage of eternal life realm said lightly, Well, you suppress him first. I want him to kneel in front of these two brothels and repent for the mistakes he has made. Ning Yan smiled. When the late stage eternal life realm cultivator heard these words, he showed a faint smile and stretched out his hand towards Ning Qi. The mighty world spiritual Qi suddenly transformed into a huge palm that grabbed towards Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled and gently blew at the palm. The palm was blown apart and dissipated in the world. The other party was slightly startled, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He did not believe it and continued to use his method. Then Ning Qi blew at him again. This repeated several times, and he finally understood that Ning Qi's cultivation was much stronger than his. Is he at the great circle of eternal life realm? Thinking of this, the other party did not dare to act rashly again. If Ning Hongtian and Nan Gongyu did not appear, they would not be a match for the other party. Even an eternal life realm cultivator is not a match for him. Everyone was slightly surprised, including Ning Yan, but he did not show his shock. He still looked at Ning Qi with a trace of mockery on his face. Oh, your aptitude is indeed better than mine. Unfortunately, this world looks at opportunities, not aptitude. No matter how strong you are, you can't be in the law manifestation realm. Ning Yan sneered. Ning Qi ignored him and beckoned to the cultivator at the late stage of eternal life realm. Come down and kneel. Since you have made your move, do you still want to pretend that nothing happened? That late stage eternal life realm cultivator had a look of shock on his face. Then, like a meteor, his body smashed into the ground with a loud bang. When the dust and smoke dispersed, a figure with a face full of astonishment could be seen kneeling in the center of the rubble. At the same time, a scream came from the palace. Two figures, one in front and one behind, appeared in front of Ning Yan almost at the same time. Father, mother, look, who is this boy? Ning Yan recovered from the shock of the cultivator at the late stage of eternal life realm being suppressed. He breathed a long sigh of relief and then pointed at Ning Qi excitedly. It's you, bastard. Nan Gongyu looked at Ning Qi up and down. Her face could not help but tremble a few times, as if she was suppressing the ecstasy in her heart.